and then sideways. And it's that battering of wind and blizzard conditions that are hitting you now as you have effectively bedded in for the evening. That the act of just getting that camp set up was no easy feat. Those tents are rigid. You've had to really secure them and keep them nailed down, but they are, that pressure against them as that wind is hitting the canvas is really noticeable. The horses have been covered in blankets, as many as you could spare. But not just that, any spare blanket or covering that you could find, everybody is like this. Over the heads, over the faces, the hands where possible. That fire is going, it's good. And as far as you're aware, you've got enough fire-fueled wood to keep you going throughout the night. But who knows what tomorrow's going to bring. And at the moment, as we zoom in on this scene, which is quite a scene in itself, really, when you take it in, if you just have a look at that.
Is it just me, or is Betty and Penny extremely large?
I mean, that's standard size, apparently, that's what they take up, but I thought the same as well. Yeah. As you take in that scene, this is you guys huddled together, doing your best to stay warm. There's been no watch picked for the evening. There's not really been any discussion yet. You've just got this set up, and you are somewhere on the southern road, although that pathway is becoming increasingly difficult to see, even though it's only a short way off. Okay? So this is what has been threatened pretty much since the start. This is your Nostramar winter hitting home. Okay? So, slow and steady start. It's over to you guys. All right?
So Magnus is trying to scribble in his notepad, but finding it super difficult in his little journal. But he'll tuck it back away and wrap his hands in his underneath his armpits, like proper chilly. And he'll sort of look over it. Go on.
No, go on, you carry on.
I was going to say, look over at Brinwold and say, any cuts and scratches on you? You survived that bandit encounter all right?
You see him, he's got this kind of like long, thin kind of blanket pulled over the top of him like this underneath his winter wear, and he's huddled and he's shaking, and he kind of strains to hear you, and he just kind of shakes back and goes, and you can't tell at first whether it's from the cold, extreme shivering, and he just goes, "No, I was able to keep my head down when the fight started," and he's having to shout above that wind, "and I wasn't hit. Came close, but I wasn't hit." And with that, he tucks himself back into the blanket. You see Dolph is kind of, again, tucked in as best he can. He's chewing on something and kind of this gristled, like jerky. And he leans into you, Luminara, and he says, "When I bought this in Ice Fjords, he assured me it was the finest beef. The finest beef," he said. "That is fucking horse. Absolutely. That is not worth what I paid for it." And he's kind of like just trying to bite it off, basically. And then he looks over his shoulder and then just makes sure that, as if to see whether Betty and Penny or Ambrosia heard him, and kind of just starts biting it and keeping the hood over his head.
I'm going to take a couple of rations. Does anybody need any rations?
No, I'm all good. Got plenty of cheese. Thanks. Unless you want cheese to go with your rations. Or jerky, Dolph.
I have some of my own. I'm just chomping on one of mine. Thank you, though.
He kind of clocks him.
What about the guy who looks after our horses, Dov? Does he need some rations?
he just seems to be chewing his way on it. He seems, all as much as he's complained about it, you see he's working his way through it. It's just, I'll still eat it. I've eaten horse before. It's just, beef would have been better. And I fucking paid for beef in the end of the day, so, you know. And he starts chewing on it.
You throw a ration over this way. I'd gladly take one.
Yeah, I'll chuck you one over.
Thank you, Arwen.
I'll sort of take my hands out from under my armpits, trying to keep them warm, shimmy a bit closer to fire and put hands over fire and just look over at Brinwold and say, yeah, what was the place you're from again?
And he is clearly shaken up. Aetherwind. My village is called Aetherwind.
Why don't you tell us a bit about Aetherwind? What sort of size are we talking? Is it sort of a little village, a couple of camps, or?
It's many families. Some 400 to 500 of us. Simple farming and fishing, timber. At most live close to the centre of the village, but it stretches over some distance, so there is areas of sparsity. And he kind of, so he says, it's been 2 weeks since I left to go to Ice Fjords.
What was the issue again? You said there was some problems. Was it bears?
He kind of looks at you and then kind of looks down a little bit for a minute. Yes, it's a bear problem, a beast problem that we need.
Hang on. Well, beast or bear?
Pauses for a minute.
So I can handle a few bears because I'm a bit brawly myself, but beasts are different.
And I looks at it. It's a bear problem. And then he just kind of sits back into his hood a bit.
I'll try. Can I do an insight to see if he's hiding much?
You can roll an insight check, yeah. Yeah, roll an insight check.
I don't know if it's come through, if it's linked up already. 11.
The nature of the questions across this quite uncomfortable conditions, it's unclear as to if it's the cold or if it's just how he's handling himself. It's unclear as to whether he's being truthful or not. He just seems relatively sincere in the sense that he has been thus far, but he is also cradling and keeping himself quite. His answers aren't as forthcoming as they might be on a summer day on a nice stroll.
Okay. Is it? Because if it's not just bears, it's different. I mean, I've handled bears, and I've taken one on my own, like where I've been living out in the wilds. But there's quite a few of us, so a few bears I reckon we could handle. But if there's anything more, I reckon we should probably know about it. What was it? Are they coming into the village and ripping people apart? Are they going after food? What are they after?
To the south of our village, there is a cave system near what is known as the slippery slopes, and there is a particular cave system that is frequented by a large, I suppose would it be a pack or a family of bears. Yes.
Family, is it?
I will give you more information when we get to my village, and we will get better accommodation, and we will talk more there.
Are you like head honcho, or do you answer to someone above?
He kind of half smiles, but you can see it's almost a sad smile. He says, I have the honour of being the village elder, yes.
Is that you wanted to, or you were forced to by some other means?
It fell to me when my brother died. It fell to him when our father died.
Ah, so it's a family. Okay.
It is, yes.
Fair dues. Guess I'll take a little sit back then. I guess we'll wait till we get to Aetherwind. and then I'll sort of take a sit back, take a swig of my water skin, and then
And he kind of pulls the cloak up as much as he can and kind of leans back into it, puts his head down, and he's kind of, you can see he's just kind of shivering in this cloak.
okay.
We will have at the moment we're all okay, we're all near the fire, so yeah, but we might see about Constitution saving throws as time goes on. We'll see. Okay, what's everybody generally doing? Is people consumed rations that want to consume rations?
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
What's the question?
In game or out game? Yep.
Our game. Are we camping at the moment or going to camp?
Well, this is the setup just before nightfall with the conditions. So at the moment, this is a camping scenario, but there's no reason if you guys decide to why you can't break camp and go through the night or wait the night out here. This is just a camp at the start of the session.
No worries.
Decisions are all up to you guys.
You lot want to rest up?
Yeah, Osro
Oh,
stands up. I'll just say out loud, I'll take second watch. And I walk to my tent.
Okay.
I
So
can take first watch.
I'll give you a hand with that.
I'll sleep throughout the entire night.
I could do with a long rest, given I took about 60
Hey.
arrows.
We got this.
Yeah, same. I'm kind of a pincushion back there.
I'll be fine 4 hours.
So Magnus will sort of stand up, warming his last bit of warmth by the fire, and just sort of say, "Right, everyone, all right if I get some shut eye?"
No problem.
We'll,
Yeah, you get your head down.
nod to him and hit one of the tents.
Okay, so Osro is taking second watch. Magnus is taking. Which did you say you're taking second watch?
Zero watch.
Zero watch. So he's getting shut
through.
down. Okay, Dolph. We have 8 spaces in the tents, and we have 10 of us. So some people will be either cramming into tents together, or there will be some people going under the wagons, or maybe into the wagons possibly. Dolph is prepared to go in the wagons. He kind of gets himself up and says, I'll stay by the fire, and then I'll get in the back of the wagon. So who's doing first watch?
Myself and Pike, I believe.
Do yourself and Pike, is it then?
Okay. I just want to attach the hair that I've got via rope just to the side of the wagon if possible, and also just wrap myself up in the polar bear pelt I've got.
Okay.
Just keep myself warm, but
Brinwold and Dolph are still kind of hugging the fire. I've kind of allocated everybody to places. Unless anybody else wants to stay up and do anything for a few moments, you obviously shout and let me know. So. Okay. So, bit of time passes. Obviously, everybody kind of heads off towards tents and things like that. It takes you a good time to drop off people. You are feeling that against the rattling of the canvas. Basically, as that wind is kind of jostling it. The horses seem docile enough, but every so often Dolph is going in and he's just kind of like brushing them off as best he can to keep the snow off the back of them. This is uncomfortable. This isn't pleasant by any means. Eventually, Dolph walks off to the back and hops into the back of the wagon, leaving Brinwold just kind of by the fire, just seems to be just watching it. And then that's it really at the moment. So are you two prepared to start your watches? Or is there anything else you want to do?
I'm fully here now.
Okay.
Do I need to rest or am I all good? Have I got any stats?
In terms of your stats, You're at full health. Yeah, you didn't take any damage last session. You will need to recover some spell slots, though.
Yeah, cool.
There's a lot of fire flinging going on. Standard,
As expected.
as expected. So yeah, are you bedding into a tent for the evening then, basically? And
I'm going to bed into my wagon.
you're going into your wagon as well. So you go around the back, and you find Dolph is kind of like curling himself in. He kind of looks at me and says, "You don't mind, do you?"
I'm going to say, no, I'll sit down here and meditate.
Don't get yourself out of the wind and the cold, otherwise you'll lose fingers, I'd wager. And he kind of puts the blanket over his head, basically, so you can't see his head, and then just goes still.
That's a nice little wagon, isn't it?
We did discover that it's not a covered wagon.
It's not
Oh,
a covered
yeah.
wagon. It has sides and some furs in the back of it, but it is not a covered wagon. at
My
the moment.
wagon's not covered.
It's not covered.
How do I cover it then? Why can't we just place a tent on top of it to cover it?
You can purchase, obviously, an attachment at a local stable inn, but this wagon was purchased without one.
Oh, I thought it had one. Sorry. Okay, cool. I'll get in a tent then.
Oh, you're going in a tent. Okay, then rightio. Cool. So, as I say, Brinwold at the moment is just kind of sitting there. He's very still and just kind of seems to just be watching the fire. If everybody else is ready and nobody else wants to say or do anything, we'll start watches.
No.
Brinwold, yes. Have you been filled in on who Brinwold is?
No.
So Brinwold is the elder of a town called Aetherwind, which is to the south, just past the start of the fjords. Okay, I'll bring up a map and I'll show you roughly where his. So you guys are currently somewhere around here.
Cool.
Okay, Aetherwind is said to be here.
Was he the guy that told us about the bandits and we needed to get his stuff back?
No, that was a merchant you picked that you saw on the road coming the other way. You bumped into Brinwold in the tavern in Ice Fjords, and he asked if he could come and speak to you later, and you eventually spoke to him on the morning because he slept in the bunkhouse as well. And he asked if you'd accompany him to his village, hear his plight, and assist with the issue that they have. Okay?
Oh.
So that's it. So at the moment he's just sitting there. Torek and Pike are taking first watches then. Nobody shouted to say they want to talk or do anything else. So if you can both give me for the next 4 hours 2 consecutive perception checks. Okay? Bearing in mind the conditions that you're going to be. So first and foremost, we have a 23 coming in from Torek.
Sorry, what do you want to roll perception?
Yes, please. Your first, it'll be 2 consecutive, but we'll do the first one and then we'll see. So the first 2 hours passes.
The second one as well.
18.
So as you two sit there, obviously at the moment you're in close proximity. I don't know if you intend to stay there. You're the two that can move your people. At the moment, you're sitting by the fire and you're just kind of keeping a general watch. The flurries of snow is coming in sideways, and Brinwold doesn't seem to move. He just seems to be just happy just to sit by the fire. He is shivering, but he's sitting there.
So he's still alive.
And in terms of it proves frustrating and almost slightly ominous, considering the encounters you've had in the past on the road. You see no other passers-by, and you don't find yourself surprised by that, given the conditions that in general people on the road are going to have found shelter or bedded in. Nobody's going to be moving around in this unless they have a reason to. So as you are kind of watching or trying to keep an eye on things, you see nothing that moves, nothing that catches your eye or looks unusual. 2 hours passes. Eventually, Brinwold stands and kind of looks around at the cart behind him and kind of just gives you both a courteous nod and said, thank you for your watch this evening, and I will see you in the morrow. And kind of keeps that hood up over his head and moves for the cart behind him and kind of clambers up into the back and kind of places the hood over himself. Okay. Give me the second of your watch for your next 2 hours.
Nat 20,
Jesus.
Oh,
That's good because I got a 10.
but 28 in total.
okay. Torek, the conditions haven't changed for you. You're finding it frustrating. Considering how keen-sighted you are, this is just incredibly frustrating, and it almost gives you that alertness as you kind of like, you know. Now, in terms of what you both pick up, two different things. Two very personal things. Torek, there is a moment for you as you are casting your gaze across that and trying to make out shapes and keep an eye on things and look for anything unusual, anything that stands out, anything that wasn't there before or was there before and now isn't. There is the briefest moment off in the distance on the other side of the track where a silhouette, a shape, misshapen, somewhat deformed, yet recognisable. And it is there, and then it is gone, and then it is there again. And for a second you feel eyes upon you. You feel the hairs, or the feathers on the back of your neck, should I say, begin to ruffle with an uneasiness. And if it was possible to get any colder, you feel it. Because this familiarity, this shape, it's like this moment, this point where you've shared a fire once before. And you know what this is. But what you don't know is whether it's there, whether it's real. And then you kind of glance down and you see, just nestled in behind him, closer than it's probably been since you left Glacier City, is the small fox, just curled up behind Pike. And you kind of see it and kind of look, and as you turn and look at it and then you look up again, nothing, no shape, nothing. Okay, that's what you see. Pike, your eyes are tracking the same horizons, the same silhouettes, and you're trying to look for the same shapes. There is only the briefest moment where you see a much, not knowing what obviously Torek is experiencing, but you see a smaller shape, a smaller silhouette, mostly black with white. And it is almost like in a flurry of snow, it is there, and then as the snow flurries over it, it's gone. It comes and goes that quickly. You don't feel necessarily uneasy, but definitely curious. Okay?
Yeah.
Now you're coming to the end of your 2-hour session, your 2-hour second half of your watches. Obviously, I don't know what you two have done in terms of discussions. If you have, that's up to you. If you've sat there in silence, then so be it. But this is where you're at, and it's up to you.
Pike,
Alright.
you mind just sending that fox away, please?
I mean, yeah. Any reason why? I normally like to keep it quite close to me.
I just don't want it so close.
Right. How far away am I sending this thing?
As far as you can, possibly. Just not here.
I've just remembered why.
How's that feel? Is that better for you?
Yes, big. Thank you.
Sorry, man. I don't like to sit. I don't like to get too far away. Not these days.
That's fine. Just oh, I saw something. So yeah.
Okay.
Right. Is that our watch then?
I think so. I need to have a bit of a nap, I suppose. A little bit of a rest. Carmen Brusso's coming out for the second one now, though.
I'll probably try and hit the hay, but I don't know. As you said, I'm not really sure who's coming out. So
Who was it that said they were doing a second watch?
Osro, me.
Osro's doing a second watch. Are you doing it alone, or is anybody else doing it with you?
Yes, and I can do a watch.
You can indeed, if you so wish.
Yeah, I'll do it. I'll do a watch.
Okay. So as the two gentlemen head in and give you a bit of a nudge just to indicate, and you kind of woken with that stir to that same rattling of the canopy, that uncomfortable sense of the wind kind of being very volatile. You both step out of your whatever comfort you've been able to find in there, and you both come out of your respective tents together and give each other a kind of a look as you step out into the is your fox going in, or is it staying outside?
I'll keep it just outside my tent.
Okay, so sorry, let me find you. So I've put you in there, so it's sitting just outside your tent. So you both come out of the tents and kind of give each other a look over, and the fire is still going. You're going to have to keep some logs to keep that thing going. It's a big fire, as you can see, to kind of help keep everybody in the nearby proximity of the tent, the campsite, warm against this blustering wind. Okay. All right.
As they come out over the wind, they just hear a massive still in the tent. Magnus is out for the count. Yeah.
Okay. So, settling yourselves in. Just let me know if there's anything.
My watch will also. Every once in a while I'll walk a circle around the back and sides of the tents.
Okay. Okay. So, and Arin, what are you doing? Are you sitting down and keeping yourself?
I'm sit down there, trying to keep warm as possible, whilst trying not to die.
Okay. You notice as you come out of your tent and you look across, in the time obviously that Betty is collecting a nice thick layer of snow across her top, and she's got her head down in kind of like almost like a feed bag that's got some covers on the side for her eyes, but there's a lot of snow is forming on top of everything.
Okay,
so,
I'm going to go and try and brush her off.
Okay. As you approach, give me an animal handling check.
I'm going to just be like, "Hello, Betty. Get you warm. What do I need to do? An animal handling."
Animal handling.
I've got an extra one.
This is you.
Oh, I got 5.
Okay. There is definitely a moment as you've approached, and maybe it's because the wind and things like that, it makes it hard for you to be here. As you've approached and kind of put your hand across it, you feel this large, powerful animal tense up and almost take a big step back, and the whole wagon shifts with her and goes backwards, and you kind of hear Dolph stir for a moment and then carries on snoring in the back, and she kind of tenses, doesn't appear to relax, but doesn't back off any further. So,
and then the same, can I go do the same with Penny?
Yeah, give me another animal handling check as you move around.
Ooh. 13.
Okay, so she sees you coming, and she kind of moves up a little bit and is kind of unsettled, but settles much quicker as you kind of and you're just kind of brushing all that snow off the back of her, and just kind of calming her and stroking her for a few moments. You seem to have built up a bit more rapport with Penny tonight than potentially your own draft horse, but not the end of the world.
She still needs to get used to me.
That's it. So moving back and sitting by the fire, and you kind of, as you're moving back, you see Osro just kind of doing his first round as he's moving around the tents, okay? And then eventually he kind of moves back and comes and sits just here.
Yep.
Okay. Let's take 2 rolls, 2 perception checks for our first 2 hours of our watch then. Okay, coming in with a strong 22.
Nice. Hang on. Perception. A 5. And
All
then
right.
the other one, yeah?
You can do the other one, yeah, but I can give you a bit of information first for that first period of time. So, Arwen, you're struggling at the moment. That wind and that snow is battering the side of your face, and you are struggling to find is to see to the road just past the tent. So it is frustrating. It almost feels dangerous. That if anything of size wanted to, you feel that exposure. Not from the weather, but from that fact that there could be anything out here right now watching us. Okay, so that's uneasy. Osro, you seem much more calm. You're kind of taking the scene in, you're looking, and during this time, you find your mind kind of drifting back to the events of recent days and weeks, and the events potentially of upcoming days and weeks. Your mind starts to linger on that book that you're reading. And you start to replay in your mind old conversations that have taken place with him, with the old master.
Yeah.
And you start to think on the little bits of information that he ever gave you on the city of Dumont. And you're trying to understand why you feel this ominous, this encroaching sense of like you're at the edge of a precipice, that something is approaching, something big and pivotal, and you just can't. The information, even though you're so good at recounting all these small bits and piecing them all together, it just seems to be too many pieces of the puzzle aren't fitting into place. But that's where your mind is at as you kind of take all this scene in. Okay.
Right.
Second 2 hours, and obviously you two talk away if you want to. Yeah, you're a bit more distracted.
I'm literally just going to be like stood there shivering, like trying not to be cold, but being freezing cold at the same time.
And for you two, as that fire is starting to die and that fuel is starting to dwindle, give me Constitution checks, saving throws.
We need to split the fire.
So Arwen comes in with an 18.
Good tonight, so don't ask me to do anything that's not automatic. I've got a 9.
So what was that 18 I saw? Did you just get an 18?
That was mine.
Oh, that was yours.
I
Okay.
got a 9.
Okay, Osro, you're feeling fine. You're taking it in your stride. Arwen, this is starting to bite and feel really cold for you. You're starting to struggle. Potentially might not even be able to stay out here too long. You're starting to feel that, like, even though you're dressed relatively the same as everybody else, maybe it be your elven fortitude potentially is failing you in this instance. So, in fact, I'm going to go ahead and put that around you. You're getting cold.
Right.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. That was the. Have we had the second? We've had the second check, haven't we? In terms of, I saw a 9 from you, Osro. Was that for perception for the second one?
I think so. It was low.
Okay, your mind is starting to wander more onto what we've just talked about. You're finding that it's harder to maintain concentration on them. What did you get for your second perception check, Arwen, as the morning is slowly creeping in?
It was another 5.
Yeah, again, you've struggled the whole night to maintain this watch, and the fact that the weather has been so horrendous for you, it's not proving to be the best of watches. Fortunately, during that night, there was no issue. Whether anything passed you by, whether anything is watching you, is unclear. But as far as you're concerned, you've had no issue. Okay? Morning starts to approach, and with it, the weather does not let up. So, you can start to rouse people just before dawn. People can start to rouse themselves just before dawn. Dawn is approaching. and the decision in terms of what you do is now up to you collectively as a group. Let me know, everybody, what you want to start doing.
I like to rouse myself in the morning.
Okay.
I'll be getting Penny ready, loaded up.
Hey.
Once my tent's vacant, I'll be packing that up.
Okay. Dolph kind of waits a little bit before dawn, shivering, seeing cold, and he kind of gives Brinwold a bit of a kick and kind of pulls him out, and basically goes a short distance off to go looking for firewood, and comes back with a little bit to stoke the remainder of that fire for a bit as everybody's starting to wake with the morning. But he kind of indicates as he does, that's the last I've been able to grab within a comfortable distance, so I suggest we get on a move as quickly as we can and maybe use the movement to keep us warm, because this fire certainly isn't for much longer. What's everybody else doing?
As Brimwald walked by me, I'm going to ask him, how far to Aetherwind?
And he's got at least another 3 days to the south, and another couple back west through the woodland. 5 days total to my village. And he looks up at the sky and says, at least.
Yes.
What's everybody else doing?
I'm going to just look at them and just be like, I need to get in some warmth before I freeze to death.
Ali, cast Fireball.
Why?
Because it's fire.
Ali is not here, Tiberius, only Arwen.
Alvin, cast Fireball.
Thing is, though, if I do that, we might need it at some point, and I won't have it, and I don't think it's going to keep us as warm as you think.
You'll feel the most amazing warmth for like a split second, and then nothing.
Shall we break a bit of one of the wagons off, just like a panel, and we can burn that?
Osro
It's easily to be repaired.
kind of looks and goes, I don't know, it might be a bit hard to maintain the those wagons are pulling a lot of weight. You start breaking things off it, you might break the wagon.
We could take the tarp after one of them and burn the tarp.
What?
I
think I'll start to wake up too.
Hey.
Sorry.
Oh, you're good.
I'm getting Cyrus up because I know he's travelling back. Magnus and Torek, are you coming out your tents as well, I take it?
I was
Yeah.
trying to wait
man,
to the last, but I think the cold's getting me. I was going to wait to the very last because Magnus does like his sleep.
You get,
But
yeah,
I'll wait, and because I'm pretty cold.
you're woke by the sound of everybody else kind of almost pulling tents down and things like that. You're
Around me.
the last one to kind of like come up, and it's almost like you may have even descended into a decent dream about being in Glacier City, and you wake to this wind, and it's just like, oh no. So even for a mountain dwarf used to being out in the wilderness, this is on borderline of what you'd
Bleak.
consider bleak. So you come
so
out
I'm
of
up
your
in my tent, and then I'll sort of scratch my gut as I wake up and have a bit of a stretch, and then just look around at everyone. Good night, everyone. Had a good night's kip. Pass right out.
As good as you can get.
I just want to give him Doc a side eye.
All
was,
was clear.
Who was on watch then? You did one, didn't you, Osro?
Yep, nothing to see here.
Who else was on watch? Who did the first watch?
That'd be us two, and then I'll gesture towards Pike.
Any issues, or I guess we didn't have any visitors in the night?
Not that we're aware of. We couldn't really see much. I'm just going to be like...
It's a bit rubbish here, isn't it?
As I say it. I'm just going to say I might go snuggle... Oh, no. Well, that's probably covered in snow, isn't it?
Seeing
Don't
how
be too
cold she
suspicious.
is, can I light my lantern and give it to her? Maybe that'll help.
One of your bloody wings.
And seeing how cold she is, I'll go round and sort of start rubbing her shoulders, like quite aggressively, trying to warm her up.
Can you reach my shoulders?
Maybe. You sat down? It's going to look weird, but it may be your hips then. Or...
Yeah, DM. If we all light lanterns, will that help us with the cold a bit?
Along the way, yeah, potentially. I mean, you'll consume fuel as you do it. Obviously, those who have lantern fuel, oil, but certainly while this weather's up, anything like that, torches, lanterns, potentially, are going to give you some buff, assistance, some warmth, even if it's just in your hands.
Can I just get a fireball ready and just like hold it in my hands just to like warm them, but like just kind of like flick a fire into my hands to warm me?
Essentially, I suppose when you're readying up a fireball, you could hold an action to ready a fireball in your hands. Whether you could do it for 5 days and just keep it going, I don't know. And you would be consuming it eventually. You wouldn't. I don't think you could just, and it would dissipate and go.
Like kind of what I'm doing in my picture. Can I like just kind of hold?
Yeah.
Fire.
Yeah. I wouldn't even say you necessarily need to do a fireball, a firebolt or something. But yeah, you can ready up an action to create some kind of fire, but the toss-up will be that eventually, even if you just allow it to dissipate in your hands, it will have been consumed. So that slot would have been used instead of you just going. Otherwise, you've got a permanent fireball, a permanent fire source that you could just carry around with you. So you will just use it.
Can I just use a torch and give her a torch? Or we can just carry torches.
Or Tiberius will give you a torch. If you
I'd
want.
like to light my lantern.
Okay.
Arwen, are you sure on this bear pelt that I've got wrapped over me just now? I've got to be taking flight shortly anyway.
Yeah, I'll take that if that's okay.
Yeah, that's fine. So I'll just.
Do you want a torch?
I'm just gonna look at them and be like, "I'm so sorry."
I'll walk over and I'll take the bear pelt off my shoulders and wrap it around her.
The torch only burns for 1 hour.
Ali, did you want the torch or do you not want it?
I've got a lantern off of Oswald.
Okay. Looks like I'll be using a torch.
So as you guys are you find and you pass those lanterns over within a period of time, not necessarily immediately. While she certainly won't be feeling warm, that frigid sense of it's cutting you to the bone dissipates, so you can return to what might be considered a normal feeling. Okay, but the two of you got a lantern. There's one lantern lit here. There's one torch lit here, and you guys are gathering yourselves together. Okay. Is anybody breaking their fast? Because that's the thing too. Obviously, if people are preparing,
I'll do that.
Yeah, I'll break that.
Hey, at this period of time, either morning or evening, people eat and they want. I'll just give you a gentle little nudge to ask if you want to consume a ration. Okay. And as those tents are pulled down, and as those wagons and those horses are kind of, Penny is not. Penny's actually Osro. Are you riding Penny? You will be riding her, I assume.
Oh. Yep, riding her.
So Osro mounts up. Dolph heads and gets himself into the wagon with Betty. Brinwold takes the cart, and as the rest of you are just kind of doing your last few bits and pieces, that fire goes. Okay, and any of that last remaining of that camp is just kind of getting very quickly covered by fresh snow which is falling, and you guys are just keeping your kind of yourselves as protected from the wind as possible by your attire. Okay, is everybody mounting up?
Yes.
Before we go, I'll go up to the group and kind of, you guys ready for your weather report? And I'm just kind of cold.
How small are you? Can you stick in my pocket?
She's not. We said I thought it might be a bit daft to have a little on the shoulder like a parrot fairy. So we said somewhere near a gnome
3 or 4 feet,
or a halfling, kind of a similar kind of, size wise.
Mm-hmm.
Would seem more appropriate.
Sorry, for those who took the all night like myself, I guess we're taking that long rest. Is that all right?
Yeah, I think everybody. I think we've had 2 elves have both taken short rests because if they've taken 4 hours, and that's enough for them to be fine. The 2 people that took short rest alongside them were Osro and Torek. You've taken. Oh no, is 4 hours classed as a lot? Is it 8 hours for a long?
4 hours is a short rest, I believe. So I'm gonna have to roll for short rest.
Roll for short rests then for you 2. Everybody else who slept through gets long rests.
All right, so I get 10
So
HP.
do I get a short rest or a long rest? Because I only need 4 hours for a long
So
rest.
you get a long rest because you did a stint basically.
Yeah,
So
elves meditate.
they
speed up,
meditate.
innit?
Yeah, they only need 4 hours to meditate. They don't actually have to sleep.
Oh wait, I got 5 hit die. Why didn't I just do that?
Such a great thing for owls. Long rest on 4 hours.
Isn't it?
So I got 29 HP back with my hit die.
Okay.
So at 12.
Okay.
Whatever you're doing does not sound good.
Well, what? Who's doing what I'm doing?
Okay, there we go.
Just brought up, yeah.
Just as we're about to set off, can I just walk up to Pike and kind of like pull him over to the side?
You can indeed.
Pike, did you see anything last night when we were taking our watch?
Yeah? Ish?
Wait, so you saw it?
I mean, I saw something. I wasn't really that bothered by it, though. It didn't really seem that intense or crazy.
It didn't seem What did you see?
Oh, I'm assuming the same thing as you saw. The thing, the black thing with the white masky thing.
I think we saw different things, Pike. But, anyways, just the fox. Can you try and keep it as far away from me as possible, please? Because last night I think I saw it. Oh
yeah, I'm sure you saw the fox. It was right next to us.
No, not the fox, per se, but the thing that's in that amulet. I don't know, but I swear I saw it out in the snow.
Okay. I mean,
I don't know if it's because we're getting further south and closer to where Cyrus said that order is, but let's try the more we go, just keep it further away.
I'm gonna try and keep it as far away from you as possible.
Right.
But obviously we gotta keep it somewhere close so we can still see it.
Okay.
I think we should pull it on Tarek.
Hold on, these two are having a quiet off to the side conversation. All right.
My bad.
Out of earshot.
We'll probably talk to us about Cyrus. He's the one that seems to be more experienced with this, but well,
I mean, it probably is a good idea to include the demon hunter when dealing with demons. But no, I can try and keep the fox away from you.
You just
obviously got I can't.
It's not the fox. It's not the actual fox. It's that damn thing.
Oh no, we get that. We get that. So let's not risk anything that doesn't need to be risked. You know.
How's Have you noticed anything about Luminara either? Because I know she wore it at one point.
No, I've not seen anything wrong with Luminara. But then again, she's not telling me she saw stuff in the night, so.
Yeah, that's true. But Speaking of the last night, though, but what did you see instead?
I mean, I don't know. It's just some
White mask figure? What?
black, shadowy silhouette thing. Some whitish mask.
That? But was it one of the assassins? What's that about?
I don't think so. I didn't really sense any hostility from it, so I just sort of let it be.
A black figure wearing a white mask in a snowstorm, showing no hostility. That sounds a bit. That sounds just as strange as my experience, to be honest.
I mean, I'm not saying it's any more normal than what you experienced. I just don't really have a lot to go on at the moment. Like I said, it didn't seem like it wanted to bother us. I didn't really want to bother it. You know what some of the people like in our party are at the moment? They're a bit gung ho. So I figured I'll let it stroll by.
Fair.
I mean, I might have made the wrong decision. I don't know. Time will tell, but
I'm guessing these strange occurrences are just becoming normal for our little group, I guess.
I mean, we seem to be getting rolled up in all sorts of shit. Just got to roll with the punches.
Yeah, I guess so. Right. I best take flight then.
Okay, so you're going to attempt to head up and go. Okay.
Yep. I'll just pat Pike on the shoulder and be like, "Thank you," and then I'll just start to stretch out my wings.
Okay. So in the act of stretching and then obviously getting yourself up and taking off to the flight, usually an easy thing to do, but I will have a strength check off you as you go up or attempt to go up.
Would I try dexterity?
You're trying to keep yourself. You're going to be fighting against quite strong wind blowing especially at height. So strength is what you're going to need to do.
Right. That's a 16.
Okay. Yeah. You're able to basically get that little run and to sustain those winds and to get up. And although it kind of feels, especially as you start to gain altitude, it starts to feel it's getting harder and harder. You're able to almost balance yourself off and kind of counteract it and get yourself. You do find as you go higher that visibility is becoming difficult, but you're able to find, at least for the moment, an equilibrium between height and visibility to allow you to keep the group in sight. Okay.
Perfect.
Luminara, did you want to do your weather sense?
Yes.
Go right ahead then.
All right. So I'm gonna stick my hands out and summon my weather sense. See what orb comes up.
Okay.
Weather for the next 24 hours.
So the golden runes that kind of almost write themselves in air around you all, or in front of you all, which almost has that, for a briefest of moment, even if it's a trick of the mind, a small warm glow that seems to come from it. Any kind of sense of warmth seems like a welcome, but it comes with no warmth. And these kind of runes, these golden runes that write themselves in air, and you look through it like a looking glass. Some of you looking northwards, some of you looking southwards. It makes no difference. The weather does not change all day. Okay.
Well, you guys better get used to it. And then I'll just kind of clap my hands and then walk towards I'll walk towards Dolph.
You're going in there. Okay. Where is everybody else situating themselves for the duration of the journey?
I'll be riding near the front.
Okay.
So I'll sit. Which one was the barrel of beer in?
That's in the wagon. That's in the wagon, yeah.
Oh, I'll sit in the wagon and
Okay.
check on the beer, make sure there's no leaks.
No worries.
Good.
No, I get in that one with my torch on fire.
You can indeed. There's one more space in there.
No, I'm joking. I want to get in the other one. I don't want to go anywhere near alcohol with the fucking flames.
Okay. There's two spaces in there and one in the cart. I'm going to put Cyrus in the wagon.
I'm happy to walk.
Do you want to try? You want to walk alongside, yeah?
Yeah, for now, yeah.
For now, at least. Okay, and then Arwen, any particular preference, cart or wagon?
I'm going to go in the cart because it looks like it's a bit full.
Okay, so with Brinwold is going to be in there. Okay, so this is the general positioning of where everybody's going to be.
Is there going to be room in the wagon? Is there?
There's a space in the wagon, yeah.
Yeah, no. So I'll go in there. Sorry, I thought there wasn't going to be enough room for everyone.
Yeah,
Thoric's flying, isn't he?
Yeah, with the provisions distributed between the two, most of the food sitting in the cart because of its size. There is space for 4 in the wagon, 2 in the cart at the back, and then the people riding. Okay. In fact, there's actually room for 2 up front in the wagon. So there is a bit of extra space there as well. Okay, so as Toric is circling, keeping you all in sight, and Osro is. Osro, just give me an animal handling check on Penny as you kind of bring her, just kind of as you're getting used to her, basically in various different conditions. Okay, it's as hard going. She seems to be quite uncomfortable in these conditions, potentially from having a night out in the open in it. It remains to be seen how the day's going to go with her, but you're keeping her going. But it does remain to be seen what kind of day you're going to have, because she seems to be a little bit stubborn on the reins and seems to be uncomfortable. That's
as low as it can be. You got to roll the 1.
Yeah, so she's not bucked you, but who knows what this day might hold. Okay?
Got it.
All right. You eventually find your way back onto the road in your usual convoy line with with Toric circling overhead and just trying to maintain that watch. Okay? You follow the road south. You eventually pick up again the main southern highway, and you continue on your journey. Aetherwind, as you already know, is a good few days away. 3 days to the point that you'll turn off, okay, and follow the dirt track down to the village. So 3 days you've got on this main track. Can everybody consume 3 days worth of rations for me? At least.
I will cut up that hair that's on the side of the wagon, and I will eat that.
For the next 3 days.
Rations.
Yeah, I'll just eat it raw.
So maintain amongst you.
I'll give you the 3 rations, so you don't need to do that.
It's fine. It's skinned anyway. It isn't even eaten.
I've given you 3 rations anyway.
Okay, I'll take the 3.
If anybody is struggling or needs to help or needs to communicate with how they're doing in terms of their food supplies, water is not an issue. You can boil it off and melt snow effectively, but food in these conditions might prove to be more problematic as time goes on. At least 3 at this stage. Okay. Now,
I have run out of rations.
How many do you
I am
need?
dangerously low.
I have a week's worth of rations remaining.
I've still got.
I'm fine now,
I've
but
still
if
got
there's
12
more,
rations.
I have 19 if anybody needs any.
I'm fine for now. But if I need to eat again, then I wouldn't mind a hand.
So,
Yeah, I'm more than happy to give you a hand.
So what? Sorry, Tim, but that was 3 days of travel.
3 days.
Just done. Okay.
3 days at this point in time. Now, it's a relatively straight shot at the moment, but the weather is not letting up. So, the question becomes, although you're following a southern highway, you're doing it in quite unpleasant conditions. So somebody, whoever you choose as a group, is helming this to find locations. Camping comes with its own pros and cons, but there's potential bluffs or caves or areas. Who is helming this to try and find you guys the either the most direct route or the most comfortable route? It's their decision. So who is doing that? Who's leading? Who am I asking for survival checks?
I shall go north.
It's either me or one of the rangers, probably.
I'll give it a go.
What's your survival?
Mine +5.
+6. Tiberius?
Hold on, I'm just.
I swear. If your survival's not high.
I think only you two should roll.
Oh my god.
I'm going to press you for an answer, guys.
Right, Can me and Osro help each other?
With advantage? Yes, you can. The two of you with advantage can do it.
Okay.
So go ahead and roll survival checks, both of you. Or one of you with advantage.
That was not a good first roll. That was not a good first roll.
Use advantage.
Yep. Come on. Okay, that's better. That's 19.
Okay, it's a good job you got that 19. Okay. So now the question remains: are you trying to maintain the direct route, or are you trying to maintain trying to look for opportunity to get the party partially off the road but into shelter and things like that? These are the things you're asking you. How do you maintain? What do you want to do?
The guy said 3 days and then 2 days through the wilderness, right?
That's what you said.
Did we
Correct.
cut that forest down to 1 day with my favorite terrain?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Are you asking me if you can do that? Or
Yes, if I can.
at the moment you're on the road still, but yeah, there will be survival checks, and potentially you could do some. You might be able to cut that timing down once you get to the woodland area that you'll be crossing. But at the moment, you're talking about the 3 days in the open across the tundra with wind beating down on the side of you from all directions, and crossing some open plains and looking for opportunity to get the party into potential cover. Slows your progress, possibly gets you lost at times, maybe even. These are the questions, but there's going to be. The decision needs to be made.
What are we thinking about direct? Yeah.
Okay, so the most direct route.
The animals are struggling. We got to get there.
Right. Direct.
During those 3 days, did I manage to sneak a long rest in there somewhere?
Yeah, at the moment the roads, the nights are uneventful. You get the sense that there aren't many people traveling. You've certainly not seen anybody, so you can, between you all, alternate your rests. And the only thing that probably will be hindering you, Torek, is as those nights go on, even with the distance that's been created by Pike moving the fox away, sometimes you think you see it, other times you don't. It's still very much on your mind. Okay.
On my mind or on my site?
Who knows? The truth is unclear.
Cyrus.
Okay, so you're taking the most direct route you can, basically.
Yep.
Okay. As the days.
Sorry, Tim.
Yeah.
Just before we move on, over those 3 days, what you'll see, or what the group will notice, was me and Magnus and Torek will sort of huddle around each other for a couple of hours before going to bed, I guess. Torek obviously knows, but I don't know if the rest of them would understand what was going on or know what was going on. But it's just something to note over the next sort of 3 to 4 days as we're traveling, whatever it is.
And
I
know.
Of hours. Yeah.
And I know, yeah. Okay, that's full. Okay. All right then. So you're aiming.
know.
Yeah.
And Pike knows as well. So,
Pike
okay
is a
then.
sneaky wizard.
You are aiming for a more direct route, so you at times are going to have to push through quite adverse conditions. Camp when you can, or you camp as best you can in open. So basically, around about day 2 into day 3, that long, arduous journey in these quite horrid conditions starts to take effect. I need constitution checks collectively from everybody.
Okay. Constitution saving throws, or?
Constitution saving throws, sorry. Constitution saving throws.
I got a 20.
Good start.
Not 20.
Good start.
Nice.
Got a 4.
13.
Say that again, Liminara.
A 4.
Okay. Tiberius.
May need to pass around that snow bear pelt.
13.
Okay.
I'm glad I got that, to be honest.
Okay, how about you, Arwen and Pike?
13.
Okay. Ozra? Oh, did you say you got a 20, did you, or nat 20?
Got a 19.
Okay. So, how did you do, Magnus?
20.
Okay, cool. Tarek, you got 20 as well, didn't you?
Yeah, I got nat 20.
So I just need Arwen, then, I think, is the only one I need to know.
Oh, sorry, I forgot I muted myself because Luke was shouting at kids.
That's all right.
I got a 15.
Okay. So, those who have 20s, which is quite a few of you, you find little ways to keep yourself warm, to fight back the cold. It doesn't feel like it's biting into your skin. Those who basically everybody else from the stores that came in, around about the second, third day, you're now starting to feel the effects of long periods of time out in exposed conditions like this, even with the camping, even with the attempts to find firewood, which get increasingly difficult as the days go on. I need each of those people that didn't get 20s. That's not to say that the DC was 20, but it was pretty much either 20s or something else. Take a point of exhaustion, and I'm about to roll. And I'm about to roll a dice.
A health? Is that a health? Yeah, take a health away.
No, there's 1 point of exhaustion. You have
conditions.
Conditions.
Oh yeah.
And bear with me in a moment. So, I think this is set so that everybody should be able to see this. So I'm just gonna. Where are my dice rolling? Where is my dice rolling? It's because I'm not in encounters. Oh, I could jump in encounters, I suppose. I have dice here. I should have dice here. Where are my dice? What's this? Can I roll there? I'll tell you what. Picking at random. Pike, roll me a d6. Just because it is quicker and easier. Okay. 5 points of frost cold damage. Okay. From numb fingers, from various conditions with exposure to cold. 5 points of cold damage for anybody who didn't get a 20.
Can I light another torch and fix that?
You can light another torch, but if you got a 13, no, you can't fix that. That is what has come from.
5 points of cold.
So just 5 points of damage, basically, but in this instance, it's cold damage. Okay. Okay. So you're on the road. You're heading south for 3 days. Most direct route you could possibly take. That Torek is leading you to get people to the point where Brinwold, in the conditions, believes is now the western turning off the main highway and into the forested area that will lead through to Aetherwind. Okay. Everybody's consumed their 3 days of rations. Nobody's got lost along the way, so there's been no additional rations have been consumed. That was one of the things that was potentially going to come with delaying this track. So, how's everybody feeling at this stage of their journey?
All right, at the moment. Anything less
Then
than
I come out
20, I
with
wouldn't.
healing hands just to heal myself.
Worried for all the wrong reasons.
Okay. Does anybody at this stage want to say or do anything, or is there anything anybody wants to be doing, or?
Here's just a random shot in the dark. Can I try and make a pair of mitts out of the snow hair pelt that I've got?
Of what, sorry?
Out of the snow hair pelt.
What do you want to make?
A pair of mitts.
A mittens? You want to try and craft a pair of mittens?
Or like a scarf or something.
Give me a sleight of hand check. I think that's the best one I can think. Yeah, give me a sleight of hand check. I suppose to perform an act. Yeah, okay. Sleight of hand will do it. in the conditions with all the all the blustering wind, yeah, you're able to fashion something which is basic. Do you have needle and thread? Do you have anything like that on you? Anything for leatherworking kit or anything? Or
did I manage to get one when we were at?
Because that's going to be a big factor.
Leatherworkers tools. I did get that.
Okay, so using some of the items that are in there and using what you can, you're able to fashion a pair of small fur mittens that give you some kind of over your talons.
I was actually going to hand them to Luminara since she's suffering.
Oh, okay, to Luminara. Okay.
Teeny tiny mittens.
Yeah,
little teeny
perfect.
mittens.
I mean, it's a snow hair pelt, so it'll be very warm.
So
turn the fur inside out and go good pyramids.
On the start of the third day, Torek comes to you with a small pair of white mittens that he's made.
Aww, I just kind of look at them and like tear up. Thank you. I put them on.
Yeah, I noticed you weren't looking too hot, so I make these for you.
This is the nicest thing anyone's ever done for me.
Pora's just kind of like standing there, she's crying, being like, yeah. Okay.
I'm just exhausted, sorry.
It's alright, we're nearly there. I think.
Okay. As you come up to the track, and Brinwold calls back to you, or calls forward to you, and says, and shouts, "We're now passing the fjords." And he points off towards the right-hand side and says, "They'll be over there somewhere. If the weather lets up, you should be able to see them. And we're heading west through," and he points ahead, "just up there through the track. They should at times come up on our right-hand side. Be sure to look for them, especially when we get closer to the village. It sits almost on the fjords." And manoeuvring off the highway, you begin to follow the track west as it cuts through a forested region. Now, at this stage, Torek, you want to now do a survival check, and it's going to be in, at least at times, what you would consider a favourable terrain. Is that right?
In a forest, yes.
Okay, there are certainly going to be advantage. Yeah, if you're survival checking as well with him as well. So, what does your
wait? So if I'm in a favourable terrain, I get advantage anyways. So is that double advantage you want to give me, also?
Oh, okay.
You've already got the advantage. Basically, you've got the advantage from it being your favoured terrain.
Oh well, I think the first one's going to do it anyways.
But okay, so certainly enough of this now journey. You're now heading into woodland. It gives you a little bit of cover from the weather. Let's just go ahead and say now. Certainly, was that a nat 20 or was that?
It was a 19 plus 6.
Okay. You're making good pace. You're making good time. Everybody consume 1 ration, not 2, minimum. Okay.
We need a ration.
Yes, please.
Are we resting along this way?
Yes, please.
We what? Sorry.
Are we resting still?
This is kind of on the assumption that the resting is taken as a given, unless anybody physically wants me to stop and make them camp.
No. It's just so I can take a rest on my character sheet.
Yes, yeah. You'll be resting, and and that will help with your exhaustion as well. So,
how many people do I need to give rations to?
Actually, if we're just about to reach the town, do you want to just use up this hair that we've got? Just make a little meal out of it for the 3 of us.
Yeah, I need a ration. I'm out. No.
Well, I've got 12. Well, we could use it to so it doesn't go off.
You can consume the last of the hair to make. How many rations did I give you out of that hair?
You didn't say.
So 2. You can make 2 meals out of that hair.
Okay, so
I'll grab a ration off someone.
Yeah,
You can have. I'll give you one.
Ike, heads or tails of the ration? Heads or tails of the hair?
Top or bottom? Like Walking Dead style when he chops it, do you want the ass or the top?
I took 2 rations off, so if anyone needs more extra rations, then just let me know.
Thank you. I appreciate you all.
How many rations have you got left?
Now I've got 10.
Bloody hell, okay. Let's all scavenge off Earth a bit.
All right.
I need one as well.
Nobody said they want the arse end, so I'm just going to store that away.
I'll have the arse. I love a good arse.
Right, by the way, this
arse of the hair.
Bark's literally just eating into this raw, and he just like chucks you the bottom half.
All right. So, with a little bit of updating from Brinwold, just for reassurance, Torek, with assistance from Osro on the ground, leads you on a path that seems to be the most appropriate, seems to be the quickest that you should be able to. Keeps you navigating through a forested region that has a lot of quite weird terrain, especially for wagons to navigate. And at times, you do come out into the open enough that you can glance off to the right-hand side, and it's not necessarily as easy to see as it might be in clear conditions, not by a long shot. But there are moments, brief reprieves throughout the day, where the weather clears marginally enough that you can make out what is the fjords, or the northernmost part of it. And what you see is, bear with me where I find, an expansive waterway with steep rocky walls on both sides. This is not a river, this is a very deep crevice, basically, with large walls, stone walls, and a waterway that runs through the middle of it. These man-made?
They're not man-made. They're natural.
No, these are made by glaciers. They're made by
Yeah.
glaciers.
Okay.
Yeah, that basically the water works its way out to sea. They are impressive. They're vast. They're wide, and you're heading into what is effectively fjord country.
Yeah.
And the northernmost one is on the right-hand side of you now as you're heading west towards the village. I can give you just a little bit of point of reference, just so you can kind of, for those that want just to know roughly. You're crossing this point of the forest region here, and at times you're coming out here, the village is here, and you're seeing it on the right hand side, only at brief moments. Excuse me. So consuming 1 rations then, right, and I'm just going to give a little bit, and you start to see as the day goes on that Brinwold's mood, which is sour during all this where he's shivering, begins to lighten. He starts to recognise places, and he gives you the indication that you're making very good time through the wooded region. Okay. You begin to come across the outer hovels, and they are hovels and domiciles of the village of Aetherwind. Okay. It's a ramshackle hamlet. Small picket fences that seem to run here and there around natural obstacles, and an outer wooden wall which appears more suited for keeping grazing animals in than keeping anything remotely dangerous out. Okay. This goes on for a while as you pass underneath this wooden wall, which is not protected, it's not manned, there's nobody walking it. It just seems to be you have to push open some gates to get the wagons through, and then close them behind you, and then you start to basically work your way into still what feels like open country, but every so often you're coming across smatterings of houses. No people, but smatterings of houses. Okay. This goes on for a while.
Do we notice any of these little houses sort of damaged, ruined, smashed up, or are they all?
Not at the moment.
Okay. So they're just empty.
They don't appear to be empty unless anybody's physically going inside them. You see some lights on inside, and you see smoke coming out of them, but you don't see anybody that's out on the road. Nobody's certainly welcoming you as you pass by. You get very much the impression that whoever's inside is staying inside, and that snow is obviously building up on the outer side. Okay, so it's you guys having to push your wagons through and get wherever it is in the centre of the village. So this goes on for a while, scattered homes here and there, until you begin to quickly see at its centre a wide cluster of buildings. Most of them are clearly homes and barns, but there is one larger building that looks like a tavern, and beside it a larger, slightly more impressive home, and then some way off, just behind that in the distance, you see what looks like a blacksmith. You notice several of these homes appear, now this is the point, what you've just said, Magnus, notice several of these homes appear in a state of ill repair. Some of them look to be derelict, the roof has collapsed in, while others appear as if they've been patched up with new wood, and they look like they've been fixed. Some potentially recently. The village is basic. and it gives a very distinct, impoverished impression, with few signs of the population out and about in the centre of the village, save a couple of farmers that you now see kind of moving quickly between homes, and excuse me, what looks like fishermen coming in, dragging nets back. There is only a handful of smattering people, and some of them stop and they look. They give you a excuse me a second. Let's just clear this. Sorry about that. They give you a curious look, and upon seeing Brinwold, seem to ease. So that look of strangers in the centre of the village passes, and Brinwold, you see Brinwold kind of acknowledge a few people and call them towards the tavern, and you move through to what is now the centre of town. Okay, welcome everybody to the village of Aetherwind. Okay. What? Before we do anything else, is there anything anybody wants to say or do? Or Brinwold is kind of leading you through into this. At this point, moves the cart past and is kind of helping Dolph to lead the wagons round to what looks like a large corral. You see a couple of draft horses in, and he's kind of indicating they'll open and they'll put the wagons in there with the horses, and he's kind of getting everybody in that direction. What are the rest of you doing?
So as Brinwold's leading, I'll sort of go up to him and sort of walk next to him as we're going through, and just sort of point to those houses that have taken the damage and looked, and I'll just sort of say, "Here, Brinwold, this bear malarkey, is this what's done this?"
He's kind of shivering, and he turns and looks at you, and he follows your hand and stops for a moment, and you just give me an insight check.
11.
Not much more you can probably pick out, but there is a sense of surprise and sadness. And he looks over for a moment, he takes in this, what he's looking at, and then he kind of looks around the village centre a little bit, and he says, Magnus, perhaps we should get inside, and I promise you answers are coming. And he said, please, I will need to speak to the village, some of the elders, and I have asked that our people be gathered in the tavern. Let me get you settled and introduce you to my wife, and let me speak to my people, and then I promise you answers are coming. And with that, he kind of turns back to start moving to get the carts and to get Ambrosia off the cart, basically.
Okay. Do I notice that they look like bear damage, or does it look more excessive, fiery, arcane-y, or some other type of...
The damage that you see on some of the houses look like it's natural, as if buildings have collapsed inwards.
Okay.
A couple look like part of the beams and frames have kind of been almost pushed outwards, and there's a scattered debris, and the ones that have been built back up, whatever happened to them was extensive damage.
Okay.
What's everybody else doing?
After I get Penny tied up, I guess I'll just follow Brinwold.
Okay.
You guys want me to go into the tavern and grab some pints for you lot, bring them out?
Yeah, I'm gonna rush into the tavern and be like, oh.
Does anyone have that skill where they can sense dead people within a certain radius? Or like undead?
Cyrus, you and I do, I believe.
Do one of you want to cast it?
You can cast it.
I can't find it, so I don't know what.
So while you guys are just doing what you're doing,
While you're finding that, Tiberius, I'll sort of chat to everyone else. Say, we trust in this. He seemed a bit shifty then, didn't he? Is everyone still happy?
I don't know, man.
See what happens.
I'm gonna wait. I mean, I still don't believe this is bears at this point, to be honest with you.
Well, I'm starting to doubt, given his answer. Well, I'm happy to find out. I'm happy to go and see what he has to say. But I don't know. Do you want to do a recce round town quickly, or?
Me and Arwen can ask in the tavern if you guys like as well.
Oh,
Yeah, it might be worth a couple of us
Why don't
having a
me and
little
you,
wonder.
Pike? Why don't we go around town and have a little scoot round, have a little ask, and Torek Arwen, and you can head on in if you want.
Hold on. I want to cast Prime
You want us to
Evil
grab you?
Awareness.
You want us to grab you, Neil?
Oh, I always grab me. Yeah, I chuck my water skin and say, fill that up.
No problem.
Sorry, Tiberius, go on.
I said I want to cast Prime Evil Awareness.
Prime Evil Awareness.
Yeah.
Okay, cast away, my friend. Cast away.
I don't actually have it as a spell slot, but it says it takes a spell slot.
Oh, so you need to have it prepared, though, don't you? Is that right?
I don't know.
It's in our abilities, I think, but it's not an actual thing in our spell slots. But when we use it, it costs us a spell slot. It's kind of like a feat kind of thing. It's weird.
So you can use it, but you don't have to have it prepared as a spell slot. Is that right?
No, but it does take
I'll
a spell
give
slot.
Just give me a confirmation on that one.
So it goes, as an action, you can expand one ranger spell slot, 1 minute per level of spell slot to center that any aberrations, celestials, dragons, elementals, fae, fiends, or undead are present within 1 mile of you, or within up to 6 miles if you're in your favourite terrain. This feature doesn't reveal the creature's location or number.
Just tells you.
Okay, uno momento. Just give me a second. Just a little bit of preparation in the background. Right, let me just check something. And then I will give you the sight that you behold. Right, so Brinwold is helping you to open these big gates and to move the wagons in, unhitch Betty and Penny and Ambrosia, and lead them towards hay and water. There are 3 big drafts. Is it 3? 2 seconds? There are 3 big drafts already in there, okay, in this corral. And you see a couple of people that are kind of like nearby, huddled under a bit of cover, that seem to be keeping an eye on them. And he briefly goes over and talks to them, and they kind of look over and they look at you, and they nod. And then he basically walks off back to you, and he huddles his cloak up. Says, please, I know that most of our villagers are gathered in the tavern. I would ask, for the moment at least, that you come with me, and I will introduce you to my wife in the elders' home. And then, once she's got you comfortable and has some hot food prepared for you, if you're happy for me just to go and speak to my village and my elders, and then I will come and introduce you. And it's kind of like he's huddled over here. Is everybody happy with that?
Do you want all of us there?
Yep.
Or
I mean, I would like all of you to accompany me to the home. Yes, we'll get outside of the cold, and I'll have some hot food prepared and give you an opportunity to dry off your clothes, and I'll get the hearth lit.
Do you have an ale?
Most definitely, I will have some. If as long as my wife and Greta has not drank it in my absence, I will make sure that there is ale provided, certainly, and food.
Well, lead the way, fella.
Well, here's your water skin back, Magnus.
Cheers.
Okay, so he leads you through the village. And you see these large buildings in more or less the centre part.
Oh, sorry, Tim, but did my thingy find anything?
Right, let me just pick up on that. So read me off the listings.
So it's any aberrations, celestials, dragons, elementals, fae, fiends, or undead.
Sorry, a little slower. Aberrations, fae,
His
fiends.
accent.
Aberrations, celestials, dragons, elementals, fae, fiends, or undead.
Right. Give me a second.
This,
Can I point something out, please, outside the game?
Yep.
our screen black.
That is the most useless ability for us because we have Fey beings in our party.
Not to mention, we literally have probably a fiend and an amulet.
So no matter where you do this, the answer is always going to be yes.
I mean,
Yeah,
there
but
is
hang on,
one of those around you.
It tells you what there is, though, doesn't it?
Can he sense what it is?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, then.
So if there's undead, you'll know. On top
So we
of
could probably
Fae.
know what is what, but just not where or how
Yes.
many.
Yeah.
So potentially, if another Fae was trying to kill you, or another fiend, or something undead, those ones would be able to hide behind the current situation and the party members, but the others would be apparent.
And I always can sense
speaking,
Fae
there's
Fiend
two-
undead. You don't have to waste the spell.
Not to mention, there's technically 2 Fae considering the origins of Owlin.
Okay.
I don't think we should count the amulet because that's a magical item.
Well, you might not count the amulet, but I can tell you currently have something travelling with you, which is definitely one of those. Okay.
Yeah, it's the fox.
It's a fox, but the fox is carrying an amulet, and the amulet is carrying something. So
We just get sensory overload when we cast that spell now. That's what's just going to.
I will just give you
faints on the floor.
just so you guys can see. This arguably might be the largest
map,
potential interactive map that I think I've ever put out for you, and I just want you to take this in for a moment. Now, obviously, the conditions that you're seeing on there don't reflect the conditions that are currently outside right now, but you have corralled your wagons and horses here. There's the farms, and then you've walked across, and I mentioned that there are buildings. Some look to be, at least, you see some of the obviously homes that are currently being used. There are fires inside, but some of them look to be, at first glance, in a state of ill repair. These can all be gone inside, but we'll get to that. Okay. Where you have been taken is the centre here of some large buildings. Okay.
Has somebody got their clothesline out?
There are clotheslines. There are fishing nets. There are outhouses.
So we came in top right, did we? Sorry.
Yeah, you kind of came in through this. Hang on, let me just bear with me. Yes. No. I'm going to say you came in down this way.
Okay.
Came in down this way. That's just a small stone. That was looks like it was an old attempt to build some kind of defensive wall at some point in the past. Okay. So you've come in from here.
Right.
Okay. So you've been brought into the centre with Brinwold, and he kind of gathers you up together, and he said, bear with me. Excuse me. I'm going to be so happy the day that I don't have this lingering over me. He points out as you go past the Horn and Fox, and you see a white painted, what looks like an Arctic fox, and it seems to be very crudely holding onto and blowing what looks to be a small horn. Okay, and he points out the entrance to it, where you see a couple of individuals are heading inside. Appears to be on his request. So it looks like he's gathering up those he can into the tavern, and then to you all, he kind of ushers you in this direction towards this place. Okay. And if you give me a second while I move you all inside.
As we're walking across, I'll obviously sort of nudge Pike and just say, "Yeah, you see anything shifty on the way through?" And obviously, me and Pike being a little bit more, we're about to nip off and walk around town. Just I guess keeping an eye out for anything that looks like it shouldn't be there.
Do you two want to give me any kind of check or anything? You want to ask anything, or for that purpose, or before you go inside?
Maybe just a general perception. I don't know.
Both
just to
yeah,
see.
okay. So both of you give me perception checks, or one with advantage if you want. It's up to you.
I got 20, a dirty 20.
14.
Okay. With a dirty 20, then 14 is not a bad score either. You notice that maybe it's because of the weather. You notice a lot of people are quite surprised by you. Seem to be giving you a bit of a glance over, but they seem to want to come up and talk to Brinwold quite quickly, and he wants to just lead them away a second and just ask them, and you see most of them beeline relatively quickly towards the tavern. There is most definitely an attempt to get people into the tavern, and there is most clearly an attempt to lead them just out of earshot. That much is clear. But he seems in himself relatively calm, if not almost a little bit happy to be back, although what you pointed out to him, Magnus, as he's looking around, you get the impression that
on edge a little bit.
There is a sadness and somewhat of a being on edge, yeah. So he gathers you all up and he says, please, oh, everybody, come inside. And as you step inside, una momento. How are we doing for time? Oh, we're doing really well for time. As you... Oh, hang on a minute. That's not quite what I want to do. Sorry, I'm being a little bit liberal there. That shouldn't be the case. Not for any reason other than I don't think. Let's be a bit more realistic with what you're...
We're not supposed to see the cultists in the other room.
Yeah, well, the ambush that's waiting for you just inside the door. Okay. And as you look down here towards what seems to be... Let's just try and keep it a little bit line of sight immersive as to what you would actually see. Okay, so he brings you in.
Can you black out the outside of the house now then, as we can't see it?
Do you know how long it took me to go and black every interior to create this?
Hey, I'm just trying to keep realism, Mark.
Realism has its limits.
I'm not going to go into every building.
I should really have two versions of this. One where it's blacked outside, one where you sit for each stage of the story. Yeah.
For every building.
Yeah. So as you all collectively come in, you see there is a lady who obviously hears the door going and she comes over, and initially it's this almost shock until she picks Brinwold, who kind of comes in last as he gets you all inside, and then he kind of has basically a smile breaks on his face, and he says, Isabella, and he just immediately, and she comes out with her hands, and they basically put their hands around each other and just give a very long, drawn out embrace. And he kind of he puts his hands onto her cheek and he says, "Where's Greta?" And she says, she's here, she's fine. And he says, "Good." He said, "Do we have any meat and mead or ale? Some winter vegetables, please. The journey has been, like this." And she says, "Take yourself through, warm yourself by the fire." And she kind of looks at each of you and said, "I assume you will introduce me to your friends?" He says, "In time. I met them in Ice Fjords. They know about our issue, and they may be able to help us." And she kind of looks back and she's looking over at each of you and said, "They know." And he says, "They know about the bears, yes." And her glance kind of falls on him for a moment, and almost a bit of a. And he says, "Please."
Can I insight check the bear's comment?
You can do, yes. Roll me an insight check.
17.
Hold on. This will not take me as long as it the last time I DM'd you. I just need to find you. There you are. Right.
I should be at the top of your list.
Okay, there you go. That's come through nice and quick for you. So he is talking. He says, "Please prepare some food, and we'll sit and we will eat. I will need to go through and speak to our people who are gathering across the road. Can I ask you just to entertain our guests and make sure that their cups are filled and their bellies as well while I'm gone?" And then she, of course, and then she goes off past him and she gives you all a courteous nod and says, "Please go through. The hearth is through there. Warm yourselves. I will bring drinks out momentarily." And she quickly goes into a doorway here, and Brinwold turns and says, "Straight through to the bottom. make yourselves at home. I will be back momentarily. Okay? And with that, unless anybody wants to stop and ask him anything, he is heading for the door. Anybody?
I don't know what else to ask him if he's not going to give any. No, carry on.
So he's headed out the door. So as you stand and look down the house, you see there is a fire burning down here, and you see the back of somebody that seems to be sitting there warming themselves.
Obviously just seeing the back, I guess, of their head, do they look young? Or...
They do look young, yes. It looks relatively shorter than your average. The skin is, bear with me, I will give you some information, a little bit of information you can glean from the back of the head. Greenish skin, what looks like shaved sides, and almost like a dreaded kind of braid on the top of the head that's going down the back. This looks like, from a distance, a young orc female.
Okay.
Let's ask a quick question, sorry.
Yeah.
Did both of them leave?
She's gone just into the kitchen area to the side of you there. In fact, as she opens the door, I can give you... she steps to the side, and basically what looks like a pantry beyond, but a kitchen area. She steps in there, the door's open, and you see a kitchen area. Okay?
What species was Isabella?
Isabella is a half-elf.
Okay.
She's got the ears.
Brinwold was human, wasn't he?
Brinwold is half-elf as well.
Okay, so both half-elf.
Relatively young in years, but not super young.
Yeah. Okay.
A bit young to be called an elder.
Oh.
That seems...
He had an older brother and a dad, obviously, that I questioned earlier. Okay.
He did indeed.
Okay.
Okay, what's everybody doing as you stand in this corridor taking this scene in?
I don't know about anyone else. Well, I kind of want to go chat to Isabella.
I was thinking the same thing. I reckon we should go question her. Because that Brinwold
fuck it, let's go double team her.
shifty, isn't he?
I'm going to head down into the hearth area while they're doing that.
I want to be kind of nosy and just walk around and just, look at the whole house.
Okay, so there is a... Bear with me just a moment, I just have to check something.
So, I'll follow Pike into the kitchen.
So, Magnus and Pike head into the kitchen. Una memento. Sorry. I know that is probably not needed now, because you're indoors. That was the Blizzard putting an advert on for me on YouTube. Perfect timing. Okay, so you two go into the kitchen, and Torek, who's heading down? So Luminara's kind of moving down to have a little look around the house. And who's heading down to the hearth? Oh, Dolph is heading down that way as well. What's everybody else doing?
Are those owls on the walls?
Where?
I'm just on the corners.
Oh, those are what looks like old. They look like suits of armor.
Yeah, they are. But then there's owls on the walls.
Yes, there are taxidermied animals. So,
Luminar, as you pass, you're probably going to see Torek looking up at one of these and just looking really concerned.
They are not of your size, though. They're not massive owls.
I know. He's just having an internal crisis.
Yeah. Okay, I'm just generally moving people down.
I would like to actually step out the door.
Okay. Stepping back outside. Okay, then. As you step outside the door, Osro, you see Brinwold is heading with some speed, just as a quickened walk towards the tavern. Okay.
Are there any? So I know I didn't roll an insight check, but I feel like he was acting strange enough that I might pick up on that. Would you say that would be accurate or no?
He, in a general glance of him, he was definitely in a hurry to go and head to the tavern. He obviously, it came across a very apparent that he wanted to get you settled and then go. that much came across very apparent. And he seemed like he wanted to leave you with his wife and then quickly move off. And you see him heading towards the tavern. Okay.
I guess I'll just kind of wait at the front door there then, I suppose.
Inside or outside?
Outside.
Just kind of tucked outside. Okay, rightio then. What is... So Magnus and Pike will have that interaction in a moment.
Wait, yeah.
Is everybody else heading down towards the hearth? Or down in this direction? Tiberius, Arwen...
I'm happy to just kind of...
Yeah, internal crisis over. I'll walk with them.
Okay, give me a second. As you're walking past, you see basically it's open. There's no doorway here. It's an open. What you see is a bunch of assassins. No, I'm joking. You see what looks like a dining area. And then as you kind of come round... bear with me. Let's just tidy the last little bit of that fog up. Okay, good. As you're moving down, you see a dining area off to the side there. Not quite with all of the food that's displayed, but won't take long before that is what it's going to look like. And you see, as you're coming through, each of you, there is a hearth down here burning, and a young, a half-orcish female is sitting there on the side of the... Is your fox staying near you, Pike? I assume your fox will be near you at all times.
He stays with me.
She is... she's sitting there, legs crossed. Off to just the other side of the sofa there is a bow, which is just leant against it. And she's just seems to be standing in the fight. But she does turn and look and seems caught by surprise as you all step into the hearth. And almost stops and is looking at each of you in turn. Okay? Not saying anything, just kind of looking at you all in turn. I'll pick up with that in a moment unless somebody's going to dive in there with anything.
Huh?
No, nobody's saying anything at this moment, so I'm going to
stand and stare at her.
Just standing
so weird.
I was about to say
something.
I was about to say. I'm just gonna go. I'm gonna go like, hello there.
Good day. I assume you have guests of Isabella's?
Yes. Isabella apparently is hosting us in her house tonight.
Well, please come and warm yourselves then. And she kind of moves. Why is this not letting me? Oh, DM is locked. That's me. I've locked overlays. Why am I? Oh, yeah. You guys can move yourself. That's me not being. I'll move it on this one. Then that's okay. She kind of moves off to kind of give you space and picks her bow and kind of just moves off a little bit and sits herself over here away from the fire. Okay. The hearth is burning down here, and if everybody is intent on it, they can come and basically sit, warm themselves. And I will give you, if everybody wants to do that, and I will park you there for a moment while I go and speak to the... So you two step into the kitchen area. You find Isabella is eagerly preparing food. She doesn't actually hear you coming in. She seems to be chopping food and bringing things together with some kind of haste. Okay.
I'll sort of clear my throat quite loudly in an obvious.
She turns. What did you say, something else? Or I might have been a background noise coming through.
No, sorry.
She says, is there anything I can help you with?
Yeah, actually.
Yeah. Go on, Pike.
Just got a few questions for you. You know, you seem to know a bit more about what's going on here than us. Your friend, you mentioned you got a problem with tigers or something nearby.
My husband, Brinwold.
Husband, is it? Sorry, I didn't realise. Has you got a problem with tigers nearby, or something?
Not tigers. He told you bears. He told you we had an issue with bears.
Was it bears? Was it?
Yes.
Do you know anything more about that, or?
Got to be honest, he seems pretty shaken up. To be fair, I was just having a chat with him outside, and he didn't seem too happy.
He has been gone for some weeks, and we have been here fending for ourselves. I'm sure my husband is weary from the road and weary from his responsibilities.
Oh, right. Is he? How long did you say he's been gone? Sorry, weeks.
Just over 2 weeks.
What? And you've been fending off bears by yourselves for 2 weeks?
We have been making do as best we can.
How many bears are there?
Tell me you went bears.
She kind of looks down at her feet a little bit. There are 4.
Do you
How many casualties?
know what type of bears they are?
And she won't meet your gaze. She's looking at large ones.
Hey, Isabella. Our eyes are up here. Come on.
And she kind of does eventually look at you.
Let's not be rude.
Can I Oh, sorry. Go on.
But she doesn't say anything. She just looks up at you.
Isabella, have you got any wine or ale around here?
Seeming instantly much more relieved to kind of have another topic. Yes, please let me get you a drink. And she steps through into what looks like a pantry room, and she comes back out with goblets, 2, and she puts them down and says, and a bottle, and says, "Please help yourself. If you wish to join your friends, I'm sure my husband will be back shortly."
So I'll take the bottle and take a goblet, pour one out, pass it to Pike. Or Pike, you having a drink? I know you like to be on your wits. Do you want a drink?
No, not just yet.
So
thanks though.
I'll pour one out anyway, and pass Isabella the goblet, and I'll keep the bottle and just take a swig out of the bottle, straight from the bottle.
Help yourselves, please. Let me know if you need any food. Well, I will be preparing food, but please let me know if you need refills at all, and I will bring some mugs and some ale out momentarily.
So I'm holding the mug at her for her.
Oh, you're holding it to her?
Yeah, sorry.
Oh, sorry. She kind of looks down.
The thing. I've kept the bottle and I've passed the full goblet to her.
She takes it and almost kind of there's a half smile and said, "Thank you." And
cheers her a little bit, and to good health and less bears in the future.
She kind of half smiles, just in a courteous way, and indeed, and takes a sip of it and places it down and said, "Thank you."
Okay. Have you got family then, Isabella? Is it just you two, or I saw an orcish looking person?
The orc is Greta.
Yeah.
She is ours, but not by blood. We are responsible for her. Myself and Brinwold have not been blessed with children yet, but God's be good. Hopefully someday.
Oh, fair enough. So no other children. Or...
No, Greta is our ward. She is our responsibility, but she is not ours.
Nice. And with Brinwold, is he elder through choice? Do you know?
No.
What happened there?
Brinwold is elder because his elder brother died.
Oh, sorry. How did he die?
His brother was killed, as were several other men of the village.
I'll pick up the wine glass and give it to her and say, "Oh, to the dead then," and try and give her a little cheers.
She takes it, but it's a meager sip at best, and says,
"Can I try to hold the bottom of the mug to so she can?"
You get the sense that as she just retracts away and says, "I suppose I should prepare food before I allow myself too much." Yeah.
Just a quick question. Sorry. Can I? When we came in, could we see in this room?
You at the moment can't, no, but as the rest of the group have walked past, they've got a good sense of it. There's no door there. It's just a supporting beam. It's just open plan, basically.
Would I be able to argue that when we all stood over here,
you might be able to see a corner of it? Yeah.
Can I roll a perception check to see if I could see the rug in that room when I was stood there?
Yes. Let me roll a perception check, see if you picked up the bearskin rug. Bearing in mind, some of the decor should be taken with a pinch of salt. However, in this instance, let's say should be taken with a slight pinch of salt. However, in this instance, I see no reason why there wouldn't be a bearskin rug underneath the dining table.
I got a 15.
Yeah, I'll say that you can see it. Yeah.
Awesome. Okay. So, Isabella, how many of these bears are there?
There are 4 in total.
Just normal bears? Brown, black bears, polar bears? What are we talking?
She seems to hesitate for a moment. She says, "Please, I don't know what agreements you have with my husband. He left to find somebody that would help us, and that was over 2 weeks ago, and he has returned today with you and some promise that you would be willing to help us. I do not know what agreements you have with him, but I would ask that you speak with him."
I mean,
he will.
I'd love to speak to him, but he kind of ran away.
Yeah, do you know what that's about, Isabella? Why would he be gathering a load of people in the tavern? I guess it was, wasn't it? Yeah. Why would he be gathering everyone in the tavern then? What's going on there?
These last few weeks, our people have collectively gathered in the tavern during this uncertain time and the weather conditions. It is a communal place. I imagine my husband wishes to address the village and let them know that he has returned and give them some hopefully good news that we have found an answer to our problem.
Just another quick one. Sorry. How exactly have you been fighting off the bears, or haven't you?
And she pauses for the long periods of time. Said, "We haven't."
So they come in, run ravage, nab a couple of people, and go again.
And she just a long pause again. She says, "Yes."
Or, yeah, okay.
So suspicious.
Can I do some sort of insight check to see anything else, or is it as it is face value?
At face value, you can tell her whatever.
I know she's been shifty. I just didn't know
whatever facade she's putting up is weakening, and there is no. This is somebody who is, while they're being loyal to their husband at what he's said, is not.
Oh God. Can I try something like what?
Let's start. Carry on.
No, go on.
No, carry on. I'm going to interrupt, but you carry on.
Well, I was going to say, one of us, maybe I'll nudge Pike if he's better at it than me, but some sort of persuasion to try and say, look, Isabella, we know something's happening and something's going on. You don't look too happy. He's being a bit shifty. You can tell us. We've come out here the goodness of our heart at the moment. I think we're sort of due to know what's going on.
Give me a persuasion check with advantage if you want Pike to assist.
Yes, please.
Ooh, 19 for me.
Okay.
Do you want me to roll twice, Pike, or do you want
roll again in case you want your nat 20 or Pike roll, whoever.
Go on, Pike.
Yeah, do advantage. Do advantage. I'm not very good at that.
Oh my. Oh no.
19's pretty good. She hesitates and almost stutters for a moment, and you can kind of see she, at this point in time, she almost looks like she's fighting back tears.
I'll go up and put my hand on her shoulder and sort of try and reassure her. Say, no, it's all right. Go on.
I don't know you, but I know my husband. He is a good man. He is doing the best he can by our people against what has been impossible odds. I do not know what promises he has made to you to get, and she kind of looks out the door and says, the 8 or 9 of you to come here and help us. I want to feel relief, but it is hard to feel anything but sorrow and fear. So please wait for my husband to return, and I assure you he will tell you all truthfully. I have no doubt.
I'll sort of pat her on the shoulder and give her a little nod and then gesture to Pike. Should we go and join the rest?
I mean, we might as well go join the rest of them.
Have you got any other questions?
No, I'm just sort of questioning whether we should actually help these people at this point. To be fair with you, Magnus, they're just, all of them are being quite shifty, not really telling us what's going on.
I reckon let's see what he's got to say on Brinwold,
and you see her look at you. You see her look at you with almost what seems just like shock in that moment when you say that, Pike, and just almost like looks like evident, very evident, just
desperation.
Desperation. Thank you. Desperation in that moment. Yes, that comes clear. Okay.
Yeah. You probably should go back to the group and discuss whether we should just leave, to be honest.
I'll see what they're chatting to that orc lady. I'll grab the other goblet off the side and take the wine and the goblet down through.
She nods at you both and said, I will let you know when the food is prepared and on the table. Please warm yourselves.
Lovely job.
And she turns back towards the cutting the sides. Okay. Taking you through?
Yep.
Okay, Pike, you can move yourself. I know you prefer to.
Take a wide berth
Don't
around
manhandle
the
me.
You take in this, what seems like quite a.
I'll look as I walk past it. I'll look at it like, oh, a bit.
Okay. Oh, the fox. Yes, the fox. Oh, I must. Okay, as you come through, you find the rest of the group is warming, and you take in this young orcish female that is now sitting in the corner, just kind of watching you all with curiosity. Okay, everybody, you're now together again.
I'm going to be like, have we all got beer, yeah?
Within a few moments, she comes through and she starts handing out large tankards of amber ale.
Perfect. And is there a nice warm fire?
The hearth is burning in front of you here. You notice the bare head on top of it. That is also there. And it is burning, and the fire is burning. Okay.
So odd for me is people don't have problems with bears. The amount of fucking bear corpses, the amount of bear corpses they've got in this house.
There's a bear pal. There's a bear head. Probably the bed's covers are probably made out of bear rugs.
I'll lean over to Tiberius then as I'm stood next to him and sort of nudge him and nod over at Greta and said, "Who's that?"
I have no idea.
So Greta, what are you here for?
You're sat there. She kind of looks at you. I live here. Brinwold and Isabella took me in.
Oh.
I can't do a young orcish girl's voice, so you'll have to just insert that in your own one. I'm not even going to attempt that one.
I mean, you haven't even tried.
Why'd they take you in?
Give it a try, Timber.
He's contemplating.
They were kind enough to take me in when my family died.
Is your family from Aetherwind or elsewhere?
They were.
What happened to them, if you don't mind us asking? The bear problem?
She kind of... No. My two older brothers and my father were hunters, like me. They went with Brinwold's older brother. And then she looks at all of you before she kind of teeters off, and then she looks at each of you and said, "Did Brinwold bring you here to help us?"
Help you with something, at least.
Osro, you're standing outside, correct?
Yep.
You see Brinwold come out of the tavern and start walking across the snow back towards you. He spots you in the doorway, and he kind of gives you a half smile. "Please, my friend, come inside. Get out of the cold."
All right, I'll follow him in.
Hey, all right.
While they're walking in, can I get up and kind of walk the room towards Pike? And while I'm walking around the room, scanning at all these decorations and kind of at the house, is there anything off? Obviously it looks like a hunter's kind of house with all these decorations, but is there any decorations that kind of look off for the theme of this building?
This building is... There is a certain amount of... for a village like this, this has the air of an important person's home. It is obviously bigger than a lot of the houses you've passed, which are domiciles. It is old, very much like the village itself seems very old. Some of these decorations seem quite old. It perhaps speaks of better days. Some of them are in ill repair, or they are not necessarily dusty or dirty, but they seem to have have been there for some time. That much is clear. It has the air of a certain amount of grandeur, which seems to fit. It's not although it might look, perhaps considering some of the homes you've seen, it might look very fancy, but it's not much more fancy when you look closely at the detail of it. It's not much more fancy than the rest of the village. It's just, well, an elder's home, effectively.
As I'm walking up to Pike, these doors here, are those open that go up to where they were talking to that girl, or do they shut them on their way in? Are those doors right there, right above me?
That's similar to that one. That's an open supporting beam. It's not actually. It might look like a beam. It's an open plan.
While I'm looking up to the kitchen, I'll kind of whisper to Pike, "I don't trust this," as I'm kind of scanning the room.
Yeah, nah, this is something funky's going on here. I just can't quite put my finger on it yet.
And you see Osro and Brinwold coming down, and Isabella is coming out of the kitchen and moving into this room just above you here with plates of food, what looks like to be hot meats and things like that, and she's laying a table in here. Okay.
Timber, is there any windows on the building?
Small windows, yes. There are a few small windows.
Can I look out of it, see if I see anything outside?
Nothing. All you see outside is just flurries of snow, basically, and not much beyond that. The weather is as bad as it has been. Okay. As Brinwold passes with Osro, he calls Isabella. He says, "Join us." And she comes through quietly, obediently, and stands in the doorway just behind Brinwold, and Brinwold kind of just says, "Come, warm yourself." And where do you want to stand? Sorry, I'm moving you around. Where would you like to be?
Who?
Osro. Sorry, I've moved Osro down, but obviously.
Behind the couch, or kind of by Cyrus, I guess.
Okay, just kind of over here. You see him spot Greta and give her a nod, smile. And then he turns back to you, and his face kind of goes more plain, and he looks at you and says, "I trust you have all been made comfortable, and I'm certainly much comfortable than we were on the road." He tries a half smile. Please consider this a place for you to rest tonight, eat and drink, and I hope that we can make you comfortable here, much more so than we would have been on the road tonight. I have please excuse my absence. I had to head into the tavern and address my people. I have not spoken to them for some weeks, and I'm sure you can appreciate there has been, well, things that I needed to be made aware of. And then he pauses for a moment. He says, I need you to understand something, all of you. I left Aetherwind to head to Ice Fjords to find sellswords, mercenaries, or better yet, the town guard, or somebody that would assist us. I spent 2 weeks in Ice Fjords. I beseeched the local chieftain. I asked the guard commander, and I was told that no aid could be lent to my village, despite the fact that they are responsible for us. I then used what meager funds we could afford, offer as payment to local sellswords, mercenaries, anybody that was passing through that might offer aid. I told them of our plight, and everybody either laughed at me or took pity on me and walked away. Nobody agreed to help us. I was in that tavern for one more night, and I left on that morning, as I planned to return home with a heavy heart that I had failed. That is until I saw all of you. And I hoped beyond hope that possibly you might be able to assist us. I know you are not fools, and I know that you know that I have not been completely honest with you. And he turns and he looks at Isabella, and she kind of looks at him, and her eyes go down, and that sense of the reality of the situation on her face, and he just kind of quickly turns back and says, we used to have bears in the woods to the south. They were not like the monstrosities that guard Glacier City, not by any means, but they were certainly large enough that we kept our distance. They never gave us trouble, but we used to have bears to the south. When my father died, he made my brother elder. My brother was a capable man and was suited to the task. I myself wanted to pursue a career in commerce and trade. I thought that that is the best way that I could assist my village. I was called home to find that hunters from our village had traveled south and had found the caves where those bears lived to be empty. The scene that was described was that the flesh had been picked off the bones and they had been devoured, and that the pelts were hanging and splayed. These were, well, monstrous by their standards and their breed. And this act was not something done by any hunter in any of the surrounding villages. This was the first indication that we had that something was wrong. Next, we started to find homes on the outskirts of our village broken in the night. Families. And she turns and looks at you. He turns and looks at you. Whole families were missing. With strange tracks, large tracks, leading away to the south. We learned too late what it was that had moved into the region. And my brother, with a dozen capable men, and you see his eyes go over to Greta, went south to hunt. And they never came back. And then it fell to me to try and find a way to protect our village. All of the capable men from our village were gone. and I was not suited to the task. And you see Isabella put her hand onto his shoulder to almost just steady him. I tried many different things. And in the time that I wasted, my solution proved to be folly and only made things worse. The attacks continued. More of our people were taken. It is not bears. We have a hill giant to the south. It is a hill giant that has moved into this territory and is choosing to see us as little more than food. There is more.
As he says hill giant, I'll spit out as I'm swigging a wine, I'll just split it out. Like...
And he kind of looks, and there is more. And I will tell you all. And I will not hold it against you if you choose, like so many others, to walk away. It was not my intent to lead you here into false pretenses, but I had to get home as quickly as I could, and I feared to go the road south alone. And I hoped that if you, well, perhaps if you saw my village and saw my people, maybe I could beseech you to to help us. But I will give you the truth. I will give you all of it. The beast is in league with other creatures. I have never heard of this before. I have never seen it before. They are winged. They are unnatural. Scaled and half lion is the only way I can describe them. This giant and these beasts are in league. I do not know if they answer to him or if he answers to them. But when they come together. And every time now, my people are dying. And there is nothing that we can do to stop it.
DM.
Yeah.
I know it's not necessarily a monster, but would I have ever heard anything of hill giants or anything that he's kind of talking about? Like, it might not be monsters, but
yeah,
I've done research on general creatures out there.
Yes, you have. Give me a insight check, and the DC is not too difficult for you.
I have the Lego dice on. It looks horrible. 24.
In your time hunting monsters, learning about hunting monsters, you hear of hill giants taking over territories. You hear some of their quirky approaches towards humans. Sometimes they try to imitate them, but ultimately they consider themselves superior, not very intelligent. You have also heard of instances where a hill giant might align itself with goblins or bugbears or other creatures, and also other creatures that it might for symbiosis, if there is mutual gain. Something sparks your interest when he describes he said winged, scaled, with the body of a lion. If you want to, without me saying any more, and there's a bit more to say, but if you want to hazard a guess, or if anybody else wants to intervene and hazard a guess, there might be some information there to come your way. But if you want to, just naturally, organically hazard a guess at what I'm referring to.
Nope.
No idea.
I have a couple ideas. I don't know if Cyrus would know.
I don't think any of us would know, but I'm thinking Manticore.
What do you reckon? What's your idea?
Manticores.
No.
Harpies.
I don't
Is it a harpy?
I can tell you.
Or something similar?
I can tell you that what he's referring to, and Cyrus would, is manticores.
Oh, fuck.
Hmm?
It is manticores. I don't think they can fly.
Manticores can fly.
They have wings.
Manticores can fly. Barbed tails, wings.
Oh, yeah, no, they can't. Yeah.
What he's referring to is manticores. Manticores, as Cyrus would know, are also known to, where it is beneficial to them, align themselves with other creatures. They are more devious. They are not dumb. They are much more devious and malevolent. And you get a strong sense from how he describes it that what you're dealing with here is a hill giant in the territory, and at least more than one manticore. And what Isabel said to you about 4, she kept repeating that 4 is what she kept saying to you. Okay?
That's their bears. So 4 manticores and a hill giant.
3 manticores, 1 hill giant. That's what they you can piece
yeah.
that.
Total.
4 altogether.
So, yeah.
And when do they
Manticores.
come?
And you see Brinwold turn to you with a sadness in his eyes. We've lost 3 families since I've been gone. And they are now coming into the center of the village. That is why my people are gathering in the tavern for safety. And he almost half laughs and says, whatever safety I can offer them.
Why do you guys stay here then? Why not get the fuck out of here?
I have over 400 people. We've lived here. Our families have lived here for generations. The winter is upon us. We've run out of time. And there is nowhere for us to go. I would lose countless on the road.
You're kind of losing countless now, mate.
This was my last chance.
Sorry, Brinwold. Do they, bit of a harsh question, I suppose, but do they take the people away, or do they kill on sight?
They carry them off. The hill giant will crack open the homes like eggs and drag out anybody he can, and anyone that is unlucky enough to be caught outside or is exposed is picked off by the manticores and carried away.
Shit.
I have a question, a little unrelated. How deep is that fjord? What's the drop off there?
Oh, sizable. Almost 100 feet down the slopes on either side, back to the north. Sizable.
Okay, I was just curious.
They're fast.
Okay. Sorry.
Nope, that was all I wanted to know.
Brinny, do they come at night, day, either or?
The time does not seem to matter to them. Any time of day, day and night.
Okay, so you don't know when they're going to attack. They just attack.
No. The first we know is screams.
Ah.
Have they attacked today at all?
No, it's been several days.
Several days.
Several days without.
So we're due for an attack, huh?
Yeah.
And he kind of glances over to you and says, it was a long shot bringing you here, and the only thing I'm sorry to say that I was completely honest with you, is the meager payment that we would be able to offer. I can scrabble together a few hundred gold, and I can ask the villagers, and they will gladly give what they can, but we might be able to pay you in provisions that we can spare. I do not expect that it will meet the sum that a sellsword group with your renown and skill would be used to, but it will be everything we can.
I'm gonna grab him by the cuff of his shirt, visibly angry. Grab him and just say,
you see Isabel kind of reach onto your arms, please, please.
You lied to us to get us here? You know what we've been through before we met you? We came here to help you, and you lied to us the whole fucking time? I'm just gonna grab him kind of by the scruff of his shirt, visibly angry.
I'm pushing him into holding him kind of
I'm
there.
I'm just holding
basically.
him there, you can see I'm angry that he lied to us, and he's saying he can barely pay us for this.
The rest of you, the guys, you see Greta pick up her bow and go to aim it, and Brinwold's hand comes out to stop her. And Isabella is holding onto your arm basically on the side. Please, no. And Brinwold's looking down and he says, I had no other choice.
I'll go up and put my hand on Cyrus's shoulder, and I'll just sort of say, "Here, Cyrus, poor lad ain't got nothing, has he? Look at the state of this place. They're only paupers, isn't they? They got no other choice."
You better cough up some more information. You've been lying to us this whole time. There's got to be something else you know. And I'll kind of let up and brush his cuff a little bit.
How is Greta reacting?
I'm
at the point that Brinwold puts his hand out to, she lowers, but you can see that the visible concern on her face, and the bow is the arrow is kind of loose, relaxed.
Fucking better put it down.
Well,
I'm just gonna have my bow resting on my lap at this point.
Well, I'll just say to guys, we're already here. We haven't really got the supplies to get away from here. So we might as well deal with this and then deal with payment afterwards.
Deal with this? Do you know what a fucking manticore is? As I look back to Tiberius.
We've fought worse and we'll fight worse.
Tiberius,
No.
I ain't even heard of a manticore, so I don't.
No, I've probably fought in worse. I don't know about you guys.
So I'll just say to Brinwold, I'll just say to Brinwold, yeah, Cyrus has got a point. You telling us everything, and I think we need a bit of a huddle after, just to discuss between us.
He looks you up in the eye and he kind of says, my life and the life of my wife and Greta and all the people that I am responsible for, I will not withhold any more information from you. And now you are here, I will tell you everything you need to know. And if you decide that you won't help us, please gather what food and drink that you can. And then I would beseech you to risk it on the roads, because it will be back soon. And I would not have wished to lead you here for you to die against your will.
I mean, it could have attacked us on the road here.
When they attack the town, do they come in a group or do they just come on their own?
He kind of, I take it you're not holding him up by anymore. You kind of let him go.
No, I kind of let go, but I'm still staring at him. You know, my blood red eye is very angry.
It's Greta that answers. They always come together. Always together. The manticores are up on the on the wind. They circle the town, the village. You will hear the giant. We always hear the giant.
So
how many hunters have you got left in your town?
And she turns to you, me, 2 or 3 others with reasonable skill. And she kind of and before Brinwold can intervene, she turns and said, if you help us, I will gather them and we will help. And Brinwold says, Greta, no. He says, and she turns and looks at him and says, if they will help us, then we will help them.
How good a shot are you, Greta?
And she turns and she looks you up and down a little bit and says, I fancy my chances of being able to hit a hill giant.
I'm going to pull out an apple and ask Thingy to come to the opposite side of the room. Ask
have you got an
to
apple?
come to the opposite side of the room.
So you pull out an apple and ask her to do what?
No, so I want to pull Tote to the opposite side of the room. Right, I want to put an apple on top of his head.
Whose?
And then
yours,
ask
apparently.
What? No. I'm like, as he's coming up to me, I'm just like, what are you doing?
She kind of looks at you and says, when the time comes that I need to prove that I can hit my target, I'll hit my target. Rest assured.
And when we were walking through the town, I guess I'm assuming by your descriptions there were not really readily available warriors. There's not many of them around. They're all mainly farmery type looking guys.
Farmers, villagers, old, young. No, yeah, you didn't see anybody that looked like they were guards. You saw nothing that looked like they were
Ready to fight or could fight
Nope.
or no, okay.
Nope, nothing.
So Brinwold, anything else you want to tell us, because this could steer the next decision that we have when we have our little conversation in a minute. Anything else? Direction they come in? Any weaknesses? Anything?
I have never faced them to be able to tell you of any weaknesses. I know that they reside somewhere to the south, so potentially if you wish to hunt them, that might be an option, but I also know that they range. Travelers on the road potentially, so it is possible that they could come from any direction. I know their numbers. There is 3 manticore and 1 hill giant, and they come somewhat regularly now that they know that we are undefended.
Okay. I guess if there's nothing else, then Brinwold, give us a minute and we'll have a chat between us.
Yes, most certainly. Greta, come. And she kind of like gets up and just gives you a nod, Torrik, and starts heading out the door basically. And with Isabel, he kind of ushers and pulls away.
As they're leaving, I'll shout after Greta, be like, "Who's the leaders of the hunters?"
She kind of looks back and looks at Brinwold and says, "We have none. Just Brinwold." And then with that,
stay here for a minute.
and Brinwold kind of turns and looks and just nods, and she just kind of leans herself against the wall, and Isabella and Brinwold walk off out of earshot.
Yeah, with my 24 insight roll I did, would I know, you said the manticores are like half lion flying things. Would I know anything about them? Like, are they of this realm? Are they like magically made? Do I know anything about them?
They're definitely not falling into the realms of a natural creature. Give you una memento. I will possibly be able to give you a little bit of information.
For them.
Manticore sounds a lot more scary than a hill giant, so I'm thinking they're dominating the hill giant. I don't think a dumb giant would somehow get 3 manticores.
Sorry, what did you say then?
Probably a nice con going on with the manticores conning the giant.
You reckon we could like set up a trap?
Is Greta? Yeah, is Greta gone?
On Torrik's request.
We kept
Torrik's request, they've kept her back.
Oh, yeah, because I mean, if there's no leaders for the hunters, then she's the next best thing we got. So.
Oh, okay.
Hopefully we'll get some hunters set up, maybe in some nice key positions, and
so that's what we're thinking, are we? And if they're coming here, I reckon we'll set up a bit of a trap. Well, that's what I'm thinking, set up a bit of a trap and see if we can get any upper hand.
I am listening to you, letting you guys hash it out. Bear with me, but yeah, you carry on, do what you're doing.
Umanara, what do you think? You up for this?
Yeah, I agree with him.
Perhaps we should. Sorry, go ahead.
Say that again?
I was just going to say, perhaps we should have a look at the town.
Yeah, we scout round the town, can we? But if we're gonna think about doing it, is the first thing.
Right, how long? Can you give
I'm ready for a fight.
about it? What time of day is it?
You have arrived. That's a good question. You've arrived late into the afternoon, into the early evening, basically.
Right.
The day is darkening in terms of outside.
Okay, cool. Now maybe we suggest, look, we do need to think about this. This is quite a big thing to do. Will he give us the evening to think about it?
Well, that's what we're discussing.
I think he'll give us anything at the moment. The poor lad, desperation on his face.
We can probably talk about. We can probably talk about payment afterwards, right?
Greta unable to help herself, does interject and said, I have spent time with Brinwold. He is not his older brother. He's not a warrior. But I can tell you honestly, he would not have brought you here under false pretenses unless he had no other choice. And it is desperation.
Well, I'm always up for a scrap, so I'm happy to go with you guys. But
I'm happy to.
I know you guys got other objectives and going south and all.
No, I don't want to.
Well, I'm always up
this
for a
is how
scrap, so
bad
I'm
it
happy to
is.
go with.
At least
There
Tarek
was
hasn't
no
chopped.
leave.
At least Tarek hasn't chopped the guy's hand off.
Dolph, you
Really?
up for showing us some more of your skills?
Dolph has kind of been sitting there warming his
I
hands.
was going to say, you've been quiet, old Dolph.
He has been sitting there. He's been listening to you, and you can kind of see at certain points during the conversation, almost that he's gone a little bit pale at certain dimensions. He says, "You know, when I set out to join you guys, I thought we'd have a few scraps. Granted, and I've never been one to shy away from a scrap. But in the time that I've been with you, I've seen and faced more creatures than I even fucking knew existed in this land, or heard of.
Can't
mean,
just
you
chuck
did
and go,
promise an
it's amazing, isn't it?
So, the one thing I know for certain,
No, the
It's
next
the-
time.
you all lot always seem to come through, and you seem, despite your
So far.
different, approaches to things and your different things that you want, you always seem to do right by each other, and you always have done right by me. So, for whatever it counts, and it don't count for much, because in the end of the day, I'm here to look after the animals and keep you lot fed, as far as I'm concerned. But and he's warming his hands on the fire. He says, I don't know if I could walk away from something like this and have that kind of blood on my hands. But I've never been in a position where I've been asked to do anything like this for anybody. I spent all my time fighting over drinks and gambling and things I've said to women that I shouldn't have said, or things like that. So, whatever you guys decide to do, I'll back you.
I'll give him a big slap on the back and swig me wine.
And he looks and he says, "Wait, where'd you get that from?"
Oh, sorry. I'll pour one of the empty goblets I had and pass him a goblet.
We're fighting a fucking what's it called? A manta. What exactly is a fucking manticore? What's a fucking manticore? What's a manticore?
I'll second that.
I'll look at Cyrus and go, yeah, Cyrus.
So, and that brings us nicely back round to what you said, Cyrus. What was it you asked me? What I could tell you about manticore?
Yeah, do I know anything specifically about them? Because you mentioned they're like a flying lion scaled thing. Like, I don't know, that doesn't sound of this world. Is it like from another realm? Do I know if it's like magically created?
It is a monstrosity. Now, was a monstrosity one of the things that you asked for, Tiberius? I don't think it was.
What with my
It's classed
scans
as
for
a,
them? What?
yeah, it's classed as a monstrosity. So,
Nah. It's
so not
but-
natural, not a creature that would be deemed natural. Its original origin is unknown, but it is an old creature. It is something that is old in the aeons. It's been in the scriptures that you've read since you were young. You know, since you're effectively your equivalent of the witch's trial of the grasses. You know, you've known the blood hunter rituals. You've known the term manticores, even if you may never come across one in battle. You have learned little bits about manticores. They don't seem to particularly resonate in one biome, one tundra, one area. They're widespread. They are malevolent creatures. They are not basic in terms of their what they do. They are much more clued in than an average creature. And malevolent. They are winged, yes. They have a somewhat humanoid face with certain features of a lion's mane. One of the things that is particularly dangerous about manticores is the barbed tail that they use. They have a ranged attack, which is unpleasant, to say the least. So, to answer one of the questions that was drifting around about the league between a hill giant and 3 manticores, if you were to bet your money one way or the t'other, The manticores are going to be the brains of the operation. The hill giant is the brawn.
Nice.
I guess I'll look to the group and kind of describe that. I've never fought one myself, but I've read about them, heard stories. They've been around as long as time. No one
Cyrus
knows
would
their
be able to
origin.
provide something of a description, and for anybody that wants, without giving too much away. All right.
Nice.
That's what you're potentially looking at.
What? Where?
Oh, fucking hell.
It's like a griffin-y lion-looking.
It's an ugly thing.
Looks like
Tiberius,
that thing from
maybe you
Metro.
could tame it.
It's got like it looks like it's got this like the mouth of a shark.
Don't give me ideas, I will attempt to.
So I think, looking at the rest of the group, sort of saying, I guess we're all in the general. Is there anyone that's massively objecting? Because I guess we're in the general consensus. And
I kind of
consensus
don't feel like
consensus
I
is a
can
big
talk.
word for Magnus.
I mean, Tiberius, you didn't sound too happy about it.
I'm not too happy about it. However, at the same time, I'm the same with. I don't feel like I could literally walk away and know that I've let these people down.
Shit, I could.
I thought you were meant to be hunting beasts. Isn't that what your kind do?
Listen, man, I know when I'm outnumbered. 3 manticore and a giant.
For me, it's all about
I'm
payment.
just saying, but I can't wait to meet another blood hunter and see how they compare.
Well, I'll tell you what, Pike. Whatever they give me, you can have my share.
Can I, Timber? Can I look up at Greta and ask her? This is a farming community, eh?
2 seconds.
I think I know what you're thinking, Ozro.
Yeah, we're gonna get a bunch of farmers to help fight it.
I wasn't thinking that. I was thinking cattle trap.
I was just thinking traps, spike traps.
Oh, well, with my background, I can rally commoners to fight for me, so I guess we're gonna have a bunch of farmers fight with us.
No, we can get them to sell
Not a bad
traps.
idea.
Is anybody picking up on the very subtle Magnificent Seven, almost vibes that are running through this a little bit? Magnificent Eight. So she turns. She said, farming, fishing, a little bit of hunting. It's as basic as it gets.
So you've
If
got
we were to help you, what are the chances we could get a deed to one of these properties?
She kind of looks around and said, well, there's plenty of vacant ones now, and some that have recently rebuilt. I can't see that being an issue.
Can we have a break for a cup of tea?
We certainly can. If everybody wants to
I'm
stop,
down with that.
yeah. Take a couple of
I
minutes.
want to leave and miss anything, and I really want a fucking cup of tea.
Take 15 minutes because we've had a good long run through, and we started early as well, which is great. Okay.
Sweet.
All right, guys. So the conversation is that Greta is obviously remaining quiet for the most part and listening to what you guys are saying, waiting to be asked any questions that is expected of her. And I say Dolph has said his bit, so.
I'll look to Greta, and I'll just ask her, well, sounds like we might be doing this. Does the town have any supplies that might help? Any magical users, stock of potions that Brinwold mentioned he was a trader? Anything that might be helpful in this?
We've got a small blacksmith, and we've got an apothecary. It might be worth going and talking to them. But if you're looking for any kind of defenses or anybody that can wield anything heavier than a farming hoe, unfortunately, you'll find us somewhat lacking.
if it comes down to those people having to wield farming hose to protect their village, are they going to be willing to die for this place, or is it really up to us in this room?
She kind of really deeply sits and contemplates the question before answering, and she said, if Brinwold was to have his way, everybody would sit in the tavern and cower and hide. I know at least a few, 3, maybe 4, that would want to help. Problem is, most of our fighting men went with Brinwold's brother, and the village knows what happened to them, or doesn't know what happened to them, rather. So most of them are scared shitless. Would they pick up a farming hoe and fight a hill giant? I don't know. I just don't know.
So, 3 or 4 people that may be able to help, plus your hunters.
And not necessarily fight, but perhaps
Distract.
put on a ruse
Cannon
for a
fodder.
certain, at a certain
Offer a
point.
sacrifice.
If they can help in any way, they will. You might have to convince Brinwold, but I'm sure they'd help in the ways they can.
Even if it's not even fighting, you don't have to be the best to point a crossbow at something and pull the trigger. Especially something that size, if what you're telling us is true.
I'll speak to them if it comes to it, and I'll see what I can do. If you're willing to help. And it goes without saying you have my thanks if you do.
Well, should we have a look before the sun goes down?
Let's have a little moot train town.
Has everybody stayed in the tavern? Is that where everyone's hunkering down while this is going on, or is everyone going about their lives?
You get the impression from what Brinwold as he came back that a lot of people had gathered in the tavern, and only a certain amount of time has passed, so that it's reasonable to assume most are still in there.
Is that where we're going to find our fighters then? As I'll turn around and look to the group to see what the group wants to do.
Reckon so.
What time is it right now?
You're losing the light. The weather is not helping with visibility either. But yeah, you're looking at approaching the early evening now.
Maybe
Which can,
a few of us can go to the tavern and, you know, help protect the people that are over there and try to find some people to help.
Yep.
Any support we can get from these guys is going to be an absolute bonus.
Since we're losing light, do you want me to keep an eye out? I'll try and position myself to keep an eye out in the town.
Greta, you seem to know more about fighting and hunting than your adoptive father. I'm sure you've been keeping tabs on the attacks. When would you say the next attack is due for? You mentioned that it's been several days since the last one.
it varies. They don't exactly announce ahead of time that they're coming, and they don't even come from the same direction. So while Bronwyn's been gone, Isabella and a few of us have tried to organise those that could to watch the tracks and the forests in, but there's just so much ground to cover that more times than not they've walked straight past, and the first we've heard of it is running back and hiding and watching as they've carried off people that we knew. We know a few places that they might come from, and if it suits you, I'll have the couple of people I know go out there and watch them, but they're pretty scared shitless.
I don't think we want to risk anyone else dying if we plan on fighting these things.
I appreciate your sentiment, but if you have it, these lads will maybe give you, if they're lucky and see them in advance, they might give you a minute or so's head start, a minute or so's warning, but the manticores come in fast, and they aren't something you can outrun. So whatever head start you get will be limited.
I'm gonna pull out my whistle from my pocket, offer it over to Torek, and in a child's voice, "Would you like one?"
What the hell's this?
It's a signal whistle.
But what do I do with it?
Well, I thought you were gonna watch.
I know, but what is this? I've never seen this. Like, Torek's genuinely looking confused at what this is.
I hold it up to my mouth. I blow. Beep 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 beep. Super loud.
I'm just like a bit like, you see Torek's just kind of like perk back slightly.
Signal whistle.
Whistle.
It's loud.
Whistle. Got you. Torek's just gonna like take it out of your hands. Just do it.
Does she know if the attacks are usually like at night, during the day?
All times a day.
Okay.
All times a day. Any time of day.
Are they drawn to noise? Does it seem like they target specific houses, livestock? Do you think we should get everyone into one building so we can draw them to where we want them?
And she says, we started gathering people in the tavern because it was the biggest and seemed the most robust building. They're not particularly drawn to anything but us, and they crack the buildings open, the houses, the homes, like they're nothing.
Greta, do the manticores stick particularly close to the hill giant, or do they just seem to fly as far away and back as they want?
From a little bit that we've seen while running, they seem to encircle the village, and they look for waifs and strays, people trying to escape. They swoop straight in, pick them straight off, and take them away. Sometimes they'll land on buildings and start scratching at the straw roof and go in.
But the proximity to the hill giant.
No, they don't stay close.
There. No, stay close.
They seem to exploit the chaos that it causes.
Okie dokie. About time we go look around, though, before the sun goes down.
Yeah, let's go have a little mooch round. And,
all right.
I might want to visit the apothecary.
We should split up. Maybe a group of us to the tavern, someone else to the shop, see if they can gather any supplies for the defense.
Okay.
Yeah, 2 melee characters need to walk around and have a quick look.
I'll fly around and keep an eye out.
Okay.
Can I ask Greta what sort of direction they come from?
You don't know, it's random.
Yeah, it's random. There's no pattern. So we're going to just do a quick divvy up here. So Torek, I'm putting here because I'm going to be taking him outside in a minute, is going to be doing some general reconnaissance from the air of the town while they've still got a bit of light tonight. Okay.
While I pass Magnus, I'm going to chuck him my water skin and be like, fill that up with ale if you can.
Righto.
Okay. Greta is kind of just generally moving towards the door, not really. So, right, that leaves. Excuse me. The rest of you. Yeah, I know, I'm just dying. Hang on.
We all are today.
Cyrus, do you want to take Luminara to the tavern and see if you can rally some troops?
I'll look to Greta and say, you and I to the tavern? Anyone else want to come with us?
And she kind of looks and sees Isabella and Brinwold waiting by the door, looking really quite eager to come and rejoin and see what's going on. She says, I'm sure if you're agreeing to help, Brinwold will want to bring you all over there so that our people can thank you personally.
Real quick,
first before we get thank you.
Before I leave the building, I would turn to Luminara and tell her, going forward, if anything were to happen to me, you take care of Penny.
Aww.
Aww.
And if you want to use her in the battle, feel free to grab her reins.
When you guys actively start handing out your possessions to each other, that's when I feel quite sad and quite nervous for you all. Like there's a genuine sense of if anything
would die for their kin. Stop. thing.
when I hear the phrase "if anything should happen to me," that's when I'm like, "Oh shit, they're taking this seriously now." They know. I love it. Okay. So Cyrus and Greta to the tavern with Luminara as well. Is that right?
Anyone who wants to rally the troops to the tavern. Anyone else that wants to go
Yeah,
get supplies,
I'll go to the
go to the
tavern.
blacksmith and
I'm gonna go
apothecary.
to the tavern.
And I'll turn to Ozra and be like, if you think I'm gonna let you die, then you don't know me well enough. And then I'll go to the tavern.
Obviously, divvy yourselves up into smaller groups. There's plenty you can do. You don't all have to, So, Torek is going outside to encircle. I've got 4 potentially here, including Greta, which are going to go ahead into the tavern. Dolph kind of gets himself up and says, "Where do you want me then?"
Come with us for a minute, Dolph.
All right, sounds good. And he falls in line with you, Magnus.
So, Osro and Pike, you come into the blacksmith apothecary or elsewhere?
Yeah, no,
Oh,
I want to have a little mooch around town and see what I can find.
Yeah, mooch around town for sure.
Let's
Hey,
go.
so we got 2 groups going to. Well, yeah, we got.
We'll all mooch together, mate. Magnus,
These
Dolph,
mooching.
Osro, all that lot.
Arwen, what about you?
I'll mooch.
You're mooching as well. Okay, right. So let's move you out, and let's move people to where they're going to be going. So we're going Luminara, Tiberius. Well, actually, hang on a minute. Let's not jump the gun. As you're all collectively moving towards the throne, Brinwold kind of taps Isabella on the shoulder, just seemingly confident. Says, "Just wait a moment." And says, "Have you come to a decision?"
We can't leave you in this state, can we?
We're not savages, are we? Of course we're going to fight them.
If we die, it'll be a glorious death.
Exactly.
Chuckle.
I just say so. I had this guy by the throat a second ago.
and you see Isabella kind of reach and like hold his hand, and he kind of smiles. He says, "Thank you. You have no idea what this means to us."
Well,
I mean, for him
find
to
out
pull off
after.
a lie like that, he must have been desperate.
Yeah.
Bill's in the mail.
Well, we're here now. Let's get this done.
Very well. Please, I would like to introduce you to my people. They're all gathered. I told them I had some people that might be able to help us, but I had to iron out some details with them. So I'm sure they are going to want to meet the people that are potentially going to save us from our plight.
Do they think that we're apparently fighting bears, or?
I told them that I still had things to speak to you about, and I did not. I confess I did not tell them that I had brought you here under the situations that I did. So I will come clean to them at the right time. But unless there's anything else you wish to do, please follow me.
Lead the way, little man.
Pull my hood up as we walk out.
All right. And Isabella kind of taps Brimwell on the shoulder, and then she kind of like comes and stands out the way to let you all pass. And basically, just shifting everybody over. So if you decide to, if you want to, you can still, some of you go and do what you're planning to. You do have a failing light, that's the thing. So if people are intending to do some kind of, but for those who do want to go to the tavern, Brinwold is coming with you. Okay.
Let's all go to the tavern.
Is everyone? Yeah.
I'll go to the tavern. Try and round up some villagers.
So, and is that the case? Then everybody wants to go and do that. I mean, it's going to be a case that you'll be looking at the town at morning, basically.
Yeah.
Okay, that's the general consensus then. All right, give me un momento. Obviously, I've got 9 of you to move. Right, so he walks you out, and as you look outside, you find that weather is still beating down on the and the fox. Let's not forget the fox. The fox is always with Pike.
Can we just leave that in the house, please?
And I'm not covering that up again because you've already explored that location. So Brinwold pushes the doors open, and you immediately get a lot. What seemed like a lot of chatter seems to dull to somewhat of a hushed tone. And as you're all stepping inside, I will show you what you see.
Oh god.
Okay.
What's this? I didn't ask to come to a tavern.
They were saying
Wait,
somebody said everybody go basically, and I said it'd be sacrificing the potential to look around the place tonight. But if you do want to look around, you can step back
Not
outside.
Not at the expense of sunlight reconnaissance.
I've got to do reconnaissance.
Yeah. So so Torek, because that's it. You're losing light basically, and Pike.
I'll just put my head in and just give a little wave, and then walk back out.
But as you see them all stepping in, you see the doors open basically, and you see that it is quite. There's a lot of people in there. It's a sizable tavern, as you can see. Okay. So, and you find a lot of people immediately start turning and looking at you. In terms of the population, you see older people, you see women, you see some children, you see certain, people that look like they are capable as well of a fighting age. But the general vibe is farmers, villagers, village people. Okay. Brinwold pushes the door and then lets those who've come in with him. He says, clears his throat and said, everybody, as you all know, I set out 2 weeks ago to find people that might be able to help us. I did not have great luck until I bumped into these individuals. I brought them here with limited information, and I have given them my wholehearted apology. They now know what it is that we face, and they now know what it is that we've lost. They know that we have little to offer, and they have all agreed to help us nonetheless. I believe that these people will be able to help us, and I believe that this could well be the end of this dark chapter that we have found ourselves in. Please, show these people the warmest of welcomes. Treat them like kin and brothers and sisters and family, because they are here to help us and to protect us. And with that, you see a lot of people looking around that just kind of bow their heads and nod, and some smiles, and some people turn to each other and kind of embrace, and there's a general sense around the room, and some people just drink deep and just seem to nod. Okay. And after he just kind of like, it's quiet, but it's there is some flicker of hope in the room, and he just says, please go and speak to Bryce and help yourself to a drink. And he calls across to Bryce. They will pay for nothing while they are here. And he kind of lifts his cup and says, it was never going to cross my mind. Come when you're ready.
Magnus smiles, a very big smile.
And he says, I will go and speak to your friends outside and see if I can help them with anything. Please, anything you need to eat or drink. It will cost you nothing. And with that, he gives you a nod and he walks past outside. Okay. Before I go, what do you want to head towards the bar, or is there anything you want to do? Or
Yeah, no, I'll head towards the bar and fill up, or ask Bryce.
Okay.
Fill up a couple of these water skins.
I'll place you all at the bar collectively then.
Yeah.
It might be worth some of us talking to some of the commoners, see what their skill set is. Because if the fighters, we can get them prepped for fighting. If not, we can get them building and reinforcing.
We know there's only 4 that know how to shoot with her. She said the rest aren't really going to be fighters.
Yeah. All right. So if none of you's mind, I'd like to take the rest of them.
take the rest of them?
Yeah,
What do you mean? Outside?
yeah, put them to work.
That's even if they'll help us.
Yeah. Better ask them first, mate.
To work on what?
They're fucking begging for us, essentially.
Well, it's not you per se.
They want us to die for them. They don't want to die for themselves.
So Bryce comes over, and una momento, Bryce is dwarf. Short, curled, blonde hair, cyan eyes, white, rough skin, a full blonde beard. Okay, and he turns over. He says, "Well met. This is my place. Help yourself if there's anything you want." And he points to the barrels. He said, "I've got some good hearty ale there. That's the one thing we have an abundance of, and you're welcome to it. So, can I get you anything to drink?"
Oh, definitely. I'll take a couple of ales, and if you can fill up these flagons, that'll be water skins. That'd be mint.
He takes them with a nod to a fellow dwarf. See what I can do for you, pumpkin. And he takes them off basically and goes and starts pouring the pints and brings the flagons back over. So, with your nod of approval, before, as I say, we lose the light, I'm going to go jump over to the guys outside.
Yeah.
All right. So, Brinwold steps back outside and finds you all out there. And said, are you sure you wanted to go in and grab a drink at all, or did you want to do this now?
No, you want to have a good look at the place.
Please, I will do what I can to show you around and see where your mind is at. Okay, so scrolling out. So I'll leave you there for the purposes of this, but to give you a sense of the place.
Yep.
This is what is effectively the centre of the village of Aetherwind. This down here, ignore this. This is the second stories of a few buildings.
Yep.
So this is Aetherwind as he's walking around. Now the weather's not very good at the moment. You're having to get quite close to streets to really take this information in. It takes time. So there is perhaps maybe two or three areas you can go into detail in the time that you've got by the time you've trudged across and you've looked at things and stuff. So if there's any particular area you want to zone in on.
Well, Ozra would be specifically looking for the damaged buildings.
Okay.
And the areas around those.
Okay, so.
And I just wanted to circle the town, basically.
Okay, so as Torrik is kind of flying over and taking this, you get a sense, Osro, that there are... bear with me, sorry. You get the sense, Osro, that there is actually quite a substantial amount of the buildings that seem to have been... that are in ill repair or have just been left to full derelict. There are some of the ones behind and to the side of Brinwold's house. This one, for example... These two, for example, don't seem to be occupied. As you move towards the outskirts, you see a barn here, a substantially sized barn.
Big enough for a huge creature to step into, or
not without putting a hole in the wall, but yes, it could. A large creature could potentially go in there and be inside this barn. But there's the door. Well, it is.
He's already
big.
planning.
it would likely do some damage on its way in.
Right.
Moving around, so you've had a glance at these buildings around here in the time you've got, and determined there's some derelict houses around here. You've determined over here there's a barn, so I give you two more areas to zone in on. So if anybody wants to look at anything, and don't forget, obviously you've got the terrain as well.
Yeah. So, how about on the eastern side? Is that a cliff?
This is it's quite a substantially high elevation. This is a good 40 odd feet slope up here.
Okay.
At least it's quite a high slope here.
So I'll investigate that whole area and the buildings around it on the upper area near the cliff. You might be muted.
Apologies, sorry. A closer inspection on the top part up here by the elevation, you find these two buildings to be abandoned, as nobody seems to be living in them. And this is occupied. This is occupied. In fact, there are outhouses around most of the places yet.
Can I see on top of the hill at all from stepping back?
No, not from a. It's just you can't see how far back it goes, but it's quite a look up basically.
Do I notice? I see trees on the forefront of it.
Yeah, you notice trees on the
And
forefront.
then do I see that secondary cliff behind it?
You'd have to stand back a bit of a ways, but yes, you'd see that it kind of goes up and then up again.
Can I guesstimate how high that second cliff would be?
That one seems to be a bit shorter, more like 20 odd feet.
Who's with me? Is anybody with me?
You've got Pike with you. Torrik is doing a round robin, so he'll be able to take a few things in just from a cursory glance around. But Brinwold is obviously walking with you, prepared to answer any questions, and you have Pike with you as well.
I'll turn to Pike and I'll ask him, if we were to choose a spot, would this be a decent area to fight in? And I'll pull my climbing kit and my pittons out, like prepared to put them in the wall.
Are you there, Pike?
I am here. This question takes thinking.
Oh, sorry, I wasn't too sure if you were there.
Because the pittons will turn this into an easily climbable wall. Or at least
it would. And the buildings are all quite close as well, so you could go from one to the other hiding.
Yeah.
But I don't know how much dictation we're going to have on where this fight's going to happen.
True.
But if we can dictate where it's going to happen,
it's either that or we wait at the bar. Right?
Well, yeah. I feel like this is a good spot to have the fight if we can try and dictate it over here. Yeah.
Well, I'm saying we just bring the party over here, and this is where our fight will happen.
I mean, yeah, it's not a bad show.
Should we camp over here tonight? Maybe make a big ass fire.
Maybe we should camp in that building and get ready.
Brinwold kind of turns to you and says, if you wish to camp out in the open tonight, you obviously it's your prerogative, but I will offer you any lodgings that you require, either in the tavern or in my own home if you so wish. Please do not feel like you have to camp out in this open, especially and he's kind of obviously cloaked up again in the wind. He says, do not stay out in this unless you absolutely need to.
I agree. I don't think. Oh, I'm not there, am I?
Is any of these houses up here vacant?
These two are vacant. They just look like they've been cleared out. One of them actually has the front of it just completely stoved in, as if it's had a large impact of something smashing into it.
I'll just say this to Pike too. I think we should make it look like there's a big party over here.
A lot of lights.
Yeah.
Might attract him over.
Yeah.
An easy snack on the edge of town.
Exactly.
I think it's a good idea. We can rest in the derelict buildings, away from the elements. Have loads of torches lit. Maybe
I think it's the best. I think it's a good plan. If you want to go tell the others, I'm going to get this cliffside dressed as easier to climb.
Yeah, sure. I'll go let the others know.
And then what I would like to do is use my climber's kit and my pittons to fashion some sort of easier way to climb that sheer wall.
Okay, so
I also have a grappling hook.
Yeah, with ease, with all the
And
bits
a
and
ladder.
pieces, with the bits and pieces you've collected,
How big's this
Rope.
bag of yours?
rope,
Stop throwing
pittons,
stuff
and so
out.
forth. So Osro is beginning his climb. Brinwold is staying over there with you for the moment. Let's put him where. And then was the general consensus that you were going to go and get the others? Is that right?
Well, I was going to go inform the others.
Inform the others. So Pike stepping into the tavern, you find this kind of warm, invited atmosphere and a few people turn and look at you and give you a bit of a nod as you come in. And you see your group over there at the tavern entrance. Torrik, are you still doing the rounds? Are you still?
Yep, still doing the rounds.
So Torrik is kind of still flying around. In case I forget where I've placed him, I'm placing him near the what's it called, the corral. So Pike heading in. There you go.
Hey guys,
What?
I think me and Ozra found a good spot to potentially sleep for the night and potentially fight off the monsters. Or the Manticores and Hill Giant, if they turn up.
Yep. I'm down with whatever plan.
Yeah, we reckon if we put a lot of lights out, maybe a big campfire in this one remote area, it might lure them over to that bit rather than them just coming up randomly. I mean, it might not work, but
well, we can only try, can we? It's better than what these lot have done.
Greta kind of is kind of his circle around and said, do you want me to go and see if I can speak to those couple of lads I mentioned and see if I can get a couple of additional shots?
Drag as many over, I think, Greta, yeah. Definitely.
Bring as many as you can over, or we could address the whole tavern.
Just do maybe this one favour. Don't let on to Brinwold or Isabella that I'm doing this. They'll only worry, and chances are they'll try and stop me. Just when the time comes, I'll make sure we're where we need to be. Okay?
Sounds good.
Oh, I was just going to yell the entire tavern. Who wants to help us fight?
bombs.
And she kind of turns to you, Sarah. She said, I know their spirit is there, but I don't know if they're going to cause more help or hindrance to have them outside. And Brinwold would never forgive himself if families and young were killed in that way. So, but who knows? Maybe you can convince him. And with that, she kind of gives you a nod and says, I'll go and speak to some people.
I'll nod back and then tap the counter for another round of...
And as you're tapping, within literally a minute or so, you just have the new fresh flagon placed on there with ease, and he moves off again.
I'm drinking slowly because we don't know when these things are going to attack. I'm not trying to get wasted.
I'll just, as Greta's sort of wandering off together, sorry, before she goes, I'll just say, what are they likely to be armed with, Greta? Are they just bows? Or
the lads I'm gathering,
yeah,
it'd be. I think most of them are pretty handy with a bow. And then hang on a second, let me just confirm. She says, Bagrak over there is pretty good with bladed weapons, but that's because he spends all day chopping meat. He's our butcher, so
yeah,
he'll probably want to use something sharp. But he's an old orc, so I can't see him turning down a fight.
Would anybody make use of this? And I've never used it. I'm no good with it. And I'll pull out a javelin.
She kind of looks at him and says, I'll ask him. Well, I mean, some of the folk here that fish might even mistake it for something for fishing, but I'll see if I can find someone that can use it.
A lot like spear fishing.
Yeah. So, okay.
That's it, and then we're heading.
And then she heads off to start talking, looking like she's looking for people to talk to. So what are you guys doing then?
Are we heading out with Pike, I think, aren't we? Following Pike out?
You're all heading out to go and meet with
Follow
Pike.
me.
I'm gonna be like, let's quickly eat something and get ourselves redone.
Magical journey.
I guess, yeah, we'll eat and then rally up with the rest of the party.
So as there is food prepared over at the that Isabella brought in. I don't know if anybody went over and took any of that, but there is smoked meats and various stews and things, bowls of stew that she brought through. So if people do want to beeline, I won't walk you all in there, but there is food.
We'll swing by on the way through then, basically. As we leave, sorry, and just to grab Greta one more time, is it the apothecary, Greta? They have like health potions or something like that I can nab, because could come in handy.
She says she's passing over on her way to Bagwell. She says, "Yeah, Knock Knock's been known to have a few."
Sorry, who? I was in my head.
Oh,
did you say Knock Knock?
Knock Knock's our local apothecary. Yeah, not much of a talkative sort, but yeah, he's good. He's good with his potions and such.
Think he'll lend us a couple?
Potions as possible.
I was going to say, I'd hope he lend us a couple, seeing as we're.
She says, "I can't see why he wouldn't under the circumstances." He said, "It might be that your fella out that you've left out there might want to go and speak to him, seeing as he's one of his kin."
Oh, yeah. Go for it.
Yeah,
I'll
the Raven one. Yeah,
There's a Kenku here?
There is a Kenku here.
Ooh.
You just found your best friend.
There is a Kenku here.
I'll go and let him know. Yeah, okay, so we'll head out then.
It's a girl?
Not just all you know. Well, actually, you don't know anything yet, but all you know is there is a Kenku called Knock Knock. In the
Knock Knock?
Who's that?
Oh, that's about to be a good joke. That better be what he or she repeats. Just Knock Knock.
Just can't say anything else. Just Knock Knock.
All right.
We got to knock on the door now.
Knock knock
on the door.
I can't wait to hear Mark's Kenku.
I know. I thought about that after.
He made Rocker
voice.
He made
Welcome
Rocker
to my
do it at the
world.
start. I think it's only fair that he does it too.
His girl Kenku voice. Come on, Mark.
My girl Kenku voice. You fuckers. Okay, so communally, everybody's heading out with Pike then to grab some food from Isabella's. You see her kind of give you a nod and directs you through and says, "Please help yourself. Take as much as you need." So everybody, fill your bellies. That's here. Dolph seems to be pushing like looks like meat into his back pocket, and he turns to you, Magnus, and says, "I'm pretty sure that's definitely beef. Definitely not horse. Definitely not."
Is it chewier than the last one?
Seems nice. Yeah, not too bad for a place like this, actually, I'd say. So I guess I'll save my horse for the road.
I'll sort of nod at him and take a few and shove them in my pockets as well.
He said, "Fill your pockets, Magnus. Not your boots, perhaps, but possibly your pockets." So, okay. So communally, the group is heading over to join. And by this point, Osro, Brinwold is watching on with a certain degree of concern as you begin. Okay, so give me, obviously, with all the kit that you've got ready to go, that's going to help with your DC. But give me an acrobatics check as you're now scaling literally 40 feet up. You'll probably say you got like feather fall or something, but was that 19?
I do have slow fall, and also
what's that fall damage if we push a giant off that cliff?
40
the climb kit doesn't allow me to fall farther than 25 feet.
Ah, there we go then. Yeah, not an issue for you to. I just thought, why am I been moving people individually?
You can click and drag, buddy.
The only problem is I've got to make sure I pick up the right number of people, and I have to do it with pinpoint accuracy from quite scrolled. I think I got everybody. Let's have a look. Who did I bring over that I shouldn't have done? because I have to scroll right out to have a look. No, I think I got everybody. Ha! Yeah, okay, that looks like that's all of you. Okay, so as you all approach, you find Osro standing at the top of this large cliffside, looking down at you and just kind of waving. And Brinwold's looking up and said, I must say you did that far quicker and with far more ease than I would have anticipated.
Real quick, Timber, is there any way that I can use my ropes, multiple ropes, and my climber's kit and grappling hook and a ladder to turn that 40-foot wall into at least part of it be easy terrain or no?
Not necessarily easy terrain, but normal terrain to traverse with
normal terrain. Yeah,
you
for
could
movement speed's sake.
You could create something that would allow people to get up there. It would take a little bit of time. Obviously, you've got 40 feet. You treat it like you're climbing up something. But yes, with the ropes that because you've got, is it 2 50-foot ropes you're putting together in a? Is it
two or three? Let me look. I bought 2 or 3 ropes, just in case we ran into a sheer wall.
Yeah, so I tell you what.
And a grappling hook that can be attached to a rope.
I've been using sleight of hand for pretty much everything on this one, but I am wondering whether, because performance is to perform an action, I'm wondering whether...
No, performance is like standing on a stage.
It's charisma and so. Okay, so go with sleight of hand then, because that seems the more appropriate for... So give me something just to see how robust this is as you've fashioned this together. Obviously, the weather is still pretty... you're doing all this under Arctic conditions, so to speak.
Since they just joined, is there anybody that could help me or no? The question for you, DM.
No, not in this instance. You've done this to get up there, or you're up by yourself at the minute, so this is on you.
Worth an ask. 15.
Okay. For as far as you can gather, you've got something that seems tight, seems sturdy, and goes all the way down to the bottom that you think could serve the purpose, as far as you're aware. I always need to leave it with that little bit of question of doubt, just because I know it niggles away.
For sure. Can I put the ladder on the first 10 feet just to make sure you can get up 10 feet easily?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can. I can't believe it's 11:30 already. It's mad. Okay.
Been waiting for this. I knew I bought it for a reason.
I remember you buying it, like, when we were in Glacier City, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I was like, why the flipping heck is he buying a ladder?
Or no, it was in the last place. I was at Ice Fjords.
Ice Fjords, is it? Right. Oh, yeah, because you strapped it to the side of the wagon, didn't you?
Yeah. I also have, this is kind of just me spitting off, but the block and tackle kit. If we could attach that giant to the block and tackle kit, we could hoist it off the ground.
Just suspend it in midair.
Yeah. But I wasn't going to bring that up, so.
Excuse me while I'm just moving your small party of additional help defenders to a location.
Because the block and tackle is like a giant hoist.
If we get it round his armpits or something.
Have him run through it, and it links the thing.
Attach it at the back like one of those baby reins that you just put them up in the air.
Okay, so uno momento. Just checking something. Okay, guys. So, are you heading back down at all, or?
Yeah. Head back down after I feel like the thing's in place.
Yes, as far as you're aware, you're pretty happy with your head back down, and that brings.
Can I use that as a test? So I'll use what I rigged with my body weight. Does it work?
Yeah, as you're kind of heading down, and then it's obviously attached to the ladder and heading down. Yeah, in terms of your attempt to get down without issue.
Cool.
Okay. So joining the others at the bottom, and obviously you have this location that you've chosen to be this area around here. Brinwold kind of looks and nods and says, "I can certainly move whoever's in there the people that are still in the area out to make sure that there's no potential for collateral damage. If this is what you feel is the right course of action, then we will support it.
Can I look at Brinwold and say, fuck. I do try to mimic as much as I can, but I would suggest lights out over there for tonight.
I assume you mean to keep everybody in the tavern and to avoid light.
Yes.
I will see that it's done.
And then I'll just start gathering firewood.
I'll go and
anyone
gather
told him?
firewood with you, and I'll just say, "Oh, Osro, quickie,
Okay.
Greta mentioned there's another one of your lot over in the apothecary. Just to let you know, might want to chat
Your
with
lot?
her later, after, whenever.
You're a lot.
You know,
Shrug my shoulder.
feathers, wings, that monk-looking thing.
Kenku.
That's the one, Kenku.
Kenku.
Yeah, you Kenku, right?
Right.
Cool. I'll just give him a thumbs up. Sucker.
He's
An
stubborn already.
identical,
You
an
can't.
identical thumbs up comes from me.
I'll sort of frown a bit and sort of, okay. Just carry on.
Alric, I'll let you for the sake of being present. You're kind of doing a flyover. If you decide you obviously don't have to, but if you do decide you want to go down and join them, you are in the vicinity. Or are you still keeping a wide berth for the town?
Best keep watch. Yeah.
So Tarek, you kind of see Tarek passing by as he's flying overhead, keeping that overhead kind of of the town as he's flying. Okay. So you two are gathering up firewood then. This is for a fire in the center, is it?
It's for the party you're going to throw over on this side of town.
Over
Yep.
here.
Okay.
Is it that building there? Is it worth, or in character, I suppose, Osro, is it worth us setting the abandoned building alight, or do we not want it too big?
Arson.
Or get Arwen to forbidden.
Get Arwen.
I'm happy to do
Arwen
that.
would want to do it.
Don't have to ask me twice.
Mm-hmm.
Tell Arwen.
You wanna-
I guess it's getting quite late, so we can sort of think about. But I'll go over to Arwen then with the firewood, launch it at the abandoned. Is the abandoned building got its roof caved in? Did you say it looked like something went through the top of it?
Yes. So the two here that you have your backs to, one of them looks like a lot of the damage has been come from snow collapsing the roof in, but the one to the side here has most definitely had some kind of impact to the walls and the roof, which seems to have blasted a good chunk of it out, and it has caved in.
Okay.
So,
Yeah.
in fact, I'd go as far as to say there is no roof on that one. You can kind of see.
Okay, yeah.
No roof on that one. So, if somebody was shooting arrows at you from above, which one would offer better cover?
Definitely this one.
Okay.
Even with holes where snow's come through the roof, this one has still got some semblance of roof. This one, a good chunk, at least half of it, if you just draw a line from there, this has all collapsed and been blasted away by some large impact.
That's probably the one.
Set fire to it. Big distraction, who would I say?
Brinwold kind of turns and said,
I'm nodding. Yeah.
if you believe that it will be helpful, then there is nobody left here that has any kind of ownership over this home.
Can we search that house first?
This one?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can. Yeah.
Just a quick search. Anything useful in there?
A lot of the possessions have been destroyed. old furniture and bits and pieces. You get the impression that somebody has already gone through this, or several people have gone through to take anything of particular value. It's nothing really.
No worries. Worth an ask. Set it up.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. I win.
Okay.
Work your magic.
I'm there. So what do you want me to do? What, just a bonfire?
You're used to burning down buildings.
Fireball.
Well, I'm just gonna do a bonfire.
So, as the light is, as you've done this, and you kind of, in the time you've been talking, your sun is now setting, and all that weather. I mean, I haven't put the blizzard sounds on, but it's been blizzard throughout all of this. So as the sun is...
I can do a firebolt as a cantrip, so I'll just do that.
Yeah.
Okay. With the intent of catching what remains here, wood and such, on a light.
And we'll launch whatever wood we've captured.
I'll just kind of chuck a few fire bolts as a cantrip at it.
Okay. It takes a bit of time, surprisingly, considering all the snow that's coming down, and obviously you're trying to find areas that are dry enough for it to catch, and what's remaining of the debris for it to all catch. So with a little bit of help of Ozra and Magnus trying to chuck in on what wood they can, and Brinwold looking on, after a little while, it does eventually catch. And in the failing light, as the sun is now setting on the horizon, and it gets darker, and it's slowly getting darker, this amber glow begins to spread, and Brinwold is just sitting there quietly watching it with you. And as that fire, hang on a minute, let's get that on there. 2 seconds. As that fire takes, he looks to all of you and says, I will make sure that no other lights are on in the village tonight. This will be the only light. I will go and tell my people, if tonight is the night that we are destined to face these creatures again, then I wish you all the very best of luck, and you'll once again have our thanks, all of you. And with that, unless anybody has anything they want to stop and ask him, he starts walking to quickly go and gather his people and start extinguishing lights across the village. You can see lights and smoke plumes coming from homes. So, okay.
Well, if they don't attack tonight, hopefully there's enough houses to burn.
Okay. Right, guys. What are the rest of you doing as this fire is now taking and this house is now getting set on fire?
Can I sort of search around the town looking for the best place to sort of set traps?
Yeah, if I just kind of give a general... So what kind of traps have you got?
Mate, let's have a look. Oh, are they coming tonight, or are they...
You don't know.
That you don't know.
What question?
That you do not know. That's really the big question, really, isn't it? Is what's gonna...
Why do you think I'm flying around town? There's a reason.
Luminar casts enlarge on my manacles. Maybe we can, kidnap a giant.
Yeah.
Right.
Excuse me. What did you say? Sorry, Magnus.
Oh, I was pissing about. Don't worry.
Okay.
Right. I've got no traps on me, but I can. Well, can I gather some of the villagers and make like punji sticks?
You can head back towards the tavern and you can ask.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll build trenches and punji sticks. Because there's what 20 people in there.
Oh, easily 20.
Yeah. Yeah, so like what, 15 digging trenches and 5 making sticks. That's if they all say yes.
How long are these sticks you having to make?
I
Giant's
don't know.
gonna step in there. It's gonna be like a thorn. It's not even gonna affect him. You gotta make them big.
On your way to the tavern entrance, Tiberius, as you approach the doorway, you find Brinwold is once again speaking to them. You see them all sitting listening to him, and he's explaining what is going on outside, what you've collectively decided to do. So he kind of notices you. He says, "I will be with you in one moment, my friend." And he finishes off to them, and he says, "It's important that we keep all fires extinguished tonight. I would suggest everybody stay within the tavern, stay quiet, and come the morning, if the gods be with us, this will all be over." And then he turns to look at you and says, "Is there something else you need?"
So I want to sort of turn to everyone. I'd like anyone that's willing to help out, and we will sort of need you to stand up.
And you see it's reasonably quiet, and a few kind of look to each other, and it's Brinwold that actually answers and says, "In what way do you wish? In what way are you requesting our assistance?"
I need people that can like sharpen wood. I need people that can dig, and quickly.
He kind of looks not so much confused, but just a little bit concerned, and he said, "Is this something that perhaps can wait until tomorrow?" And he gestures outside. He says, "With these weather conditions, it would be particularly dangerous to send anybody out there to do any kind of work now."
It can wait until the morning. However, I would rather like to know now how many people I've got to work with, so I can probably advertise what's going where.
And he turns and looks over all of them, and he says, I myself and maybe half a dozen. I will find half a dozen men that can help you in the morrow at first light."
Right, is there any more that will help?
Most are too old or too young, and it is too cold out there for me to ask them. But I assure you, we will find.
They'll be fine. They can stay in here. We just need them to sharpen wood.
Very well. He says, "Well, I'll have them. Whatever those outside find, we will between us get you what you need."
Thank you. And then I'll go to leave and go to rejoin up with the rest of the guys.
Okay.
Child labour, yes.
Okay. Cool. So, what are the rest of you doing then at the moment?
So I'll turn to the rest of them, or obviously when Tiberius is back, and just say, "Yeah, we spreading out amongst the houses? Is some going on the rooftops? Where does everyone want to go? Are we sticking together?
I'll go on
Going
the rooftop.
pairs?"
I think we should.
Say more that we should try and hide. That we need to try and be careful that we don't, and we're not too far apart that we don't know what's going on.
So go in and around the houses where the fire is.
Yeah.
No, we should have put some dead bodies in there to make it seem like we all fucking like there was a fire and we all burnt down. We all died in the fire.
Brinwold's like, "What did I do? Who did I bring to this town? Burning down houses."
So you guys collectively have kind of moved. This fire is now taking, and the light is
I'm
obviously
just saying, if we
failing.
don't get attacked tonight, this is on your guys' heads for burning down a family's house.
It was a dead house, was it not?
Yeah, it was.
No.
It was?
Yeah, he indicated that whoever lived there's nobody left to take ownership of it. Whoever they were, there's nobody left.
I thought you said they were moving them out.
No,
he's talking about this one when he said that.
Oh, right, thank God.
Yeah, you've not burned down somebody's home, don't worry.
So I reckon, given just well, you guys can carry on, but I'm just thinking, if the giants come in this way, the hill giant, if I go in the house and I'll point sort of behind me to the top left of the screen, if I sit myself in there, as he comes past, I might be able to come up behind him, getting some sort of surprise or some sort of flanking opportunity.
Which one you saying? This
house?
one?
Top left.
Oh, this one up here.
Yeah.
So I'll put Magnus there as a potential.
I'll probably
You know-
go into the other one.
Do you know
This
what
one?
this reminds me of?
The lower one.
This reminds me of that fucking like when you first start Fallout New Vegas and you have to protect fucking Good Springs. Like you have to go with the fucking help of everyone.
Is it worth casting spells now, guys? Like, if they don't come tonight, do we think we're going to get a
Yeah.
long rest before the next attack?
I'd probably save them, eh?
We could rest up in these houses if we take a
Well, I want
watch.
to cast 2 spells, but
Or
I don't want to waste them now if we don't know if they're going to attack or not. But it would save me having to take 2 turns during combat.
Yeah, but they could come in 4 hours or 5 hours.
How long does it last? Actually, let me see. Oh. It infects until you do your next long or short rest. So I guess if they don't come, I'll just rest and do it again. All right, I guess I'm gonna pull out my scimitar in one hand, crossbow in the other, and cut myself to light them both aflame.
Okay. So, readying himself on the potential that this bonfire, the signal fire in the failing light, is going to potentially attract anything sizable towards you.
Dealing 3 damage to myself, but they're both lit on fire, and I am ready to rock if they come tonight.
Can I
Okay.
cast guidance on just whoever is gonna take watch or just kind of be on the lookout?
Yeah.
I'm flying around.
So as he comes over and he comes within range, you are able to hit Torek with guidance as he's up in the air.
we
Target buff.
do you want to stand in the middle of the street, guys, or should we spread out around the houses?
Well, what's the plan? I think Luminara and the ranged people should get with Greta and whatever she can muster. Find a good ranged location.
Is it worth someone sitting up on the cliffside? A couple of rangers.
Dolph,
I'll get up there.
Okay.
Dolph interjects for a second. Oh, where did I put you, Tiberius? Did I
He's on the
put
right,
you?
behind the burning building.
Oh, is he? Sorry,
Yeah.
I didn't bring him across. Dolph keeps looking over his shoulder and he interjects for a moment. He says, I'm not the smartest when it comes to strategies, but there's one thing I have noticed that I might want to bring to your attention. And he turns over and he points. He says, what do you want to do about all of them? He said, because I ain't being funny. If I was a giant or a manticore, I'd be wanting to eat them.
Is there a barn nearby to put them inside?
There's a barn down the bottom, isn't there?
I saw one, yeah, at the bottom part of town. You want to stick them in there?
Good idea.
Man, that's
Didn't
even.
forget-
What
didn't
if they
forget
go to
about
the
them.
barn while we're up here?
It's awfully far away. Why not just tie them up in this little square that we've created?
No, take
Use them
ours
as
to
bait.
the
Maybe
barn.
they'll go for the animals. I don't know.
Take ours to the barn and tie one of them up. One of the town's ones up. Close
Yeah,
to us.
I'm not too good at like plans either, but I do have mirror image if we ever wanted to try to do like a sneak attack on them. Just putting that out there.
What was it?
Mirror image, so I can make like 3 duplicates of myself if we wanted to like try to trick them, or like I can use it as like bait at some point, but I can only do it for about a minute. So it would have to be like, oh, we know for sure, you know.
To use that
guess.
once before, it was actually really useful.
Yeah.
Do that when we start scrapping.
So do
innit?
we like Avengers this kind of thing? We all just stand back to back in a circle and let them come, like instead of splitting
Well,
our
I'm thinking,
people up.
sorry, I'm thinking we all hide in the houses, tie up a horse in front of this burning building, couple of rangers on top.
We
Our
got Pike's
horses.
Fox. He could just let us know when something's coming for the horse or something.
Yeah, but you can stand there if you want. But I'm going in a building out of the way, so
Yeah, we can hide in a
me.
building, and then we can just use his fox to watch the horse. You know.
Do that.
As you guys are standing, and obviously the fading light, you start to notice as you're looking around, just lights extinguishing.
All right, this is now or never, guys. What are we doing? We got.
And the village is just getting very, very dark. Apart from this large bonfire just burning right behind you, and it's just ominous wind and just darkness, which feels really unnatural. Obviously,
how far is the barn? Like, if we're taking the horses, it can be like forever to do it, or just a couple minute walk.
Just south, just underneath us.
It's down the bottom part. Yeah. That's the barn there.
Yeah. I have a stupid fucking question, but I'm gonna ask it anyway. If there was to be a bell on a string, do you think it would be heard from that distance?
How big's the bell?
That's a question. That's a
Maybe
good
we
question.
leave his fox with the animals in the barn, so we at least know if they're going for the animals in the barn while we're up here.
Yeah.
Obviously, I know you guys are still over there talking, but I'm just moving you there for potential.
And the amulet will be away from us, so we won't have the amulet issues.
You're off, Ski Pike.
Yeah, I'm struggling to stay awake, mate. I've been up since like fucking 4 a.m.
No dramas at all, mate. Well, who do you elect? Who you want to kite you in the instance where a combat situation might erupt?
Oh, might erupt? Ah, shit. I mean,
Cyrus can.
Right.
Cyrus does. Okay, gotcha.
My Raven bro.
All right, roger that.
I'll speak to you all soon.
Take it easy, mate. Bye-bye.
It says a standard bell that rings, typically used for signaling. So it is used for signaling.
Yeah, carried.
But do we want to use that for one of our scouts to signal if the attack's coming?
I've already got a whistle.
Yeah, but what if you don't see it, but Greta's scouts do? Because she said they know the signs or something like that, because they've been tracking them.
300
standard bell. I mean, I don't know.
It's 330 feet away, and one thing you need to consider is this is quite a large fire burning, and a lot of blizzard wind as well. It's questionable. Potentially,
the easiest I think is the fox. I think we just put the animals in the barn with the fox. That means the amulet's away. The fox can look over. Pike will get alerted telepathically if something happens in the barn.
Do that. That's a no-brainer, isn't it? I think. And I think use one of the other horses, the village's horses.
Dolph, take our horses into the barn.
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll use one of the villagers as bait.
Okay. Do you want to take? There's Ambrosia, there's Betty, there's Penny, and there's 2 other drafts there. Do you want to move the 2 other drafts as well and leave one draft out as bait? You want to remove all the. So yeah, the streets have emptied. Everything's gone dark, and you get the sense that bear with me, sorry. The village. Say again?
Where are we tying the one draft? To that tree right there by us?
I reckon, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So on Brinwold's instruction, the place goes dark and the street's empty. And you've moved Penny, Betty, and the other drafts into the barn. You find 2 other draft horses in there as well, and Ambrosia. So it's quite.
And the fox, you can move that down.
And the fox as well is going.
Don't move this fox without.
So Pike's fox is going to watch from nearby to make sure that if he sees nothing, that Pike is indicated, that is told. Okay, or is aware. Okay, that's done. And then where's this other draft horse going?
Just next to that tree.
Behind that horse, yeah, right there.
Okay,
tree.
Reasonably. What's the word? Easy to do. The animal handling isn't even really required. It moves with. It gets a little skittish when it gets near the fire, but with a bit of assist, you're able to lead it in and tether it to the tree, and it's not as. Yeah, it's not too bad from where it is, 60 feet away. It's quite a fire, though. It's burning now. It's pretty dark. Okay. Where do you want Dolph?
Dolph, where do you think you'll be best?
Come in with me, can he?
You got some hidden talents, man. You tell us where you think you're best at.
Or he could go in with Osro.
Well, I've been meaning to talk to Master Osro, so if we're going to be sitting around waiting all evening, perhaps I'll go in with him and keep watch on that side of the village from there.
We never did have that. Did we?
Say that again, Osro.
We never did have that talk, did we?
No, we never did. We never did. So he says, I'll join Master Osro then. So he comes down to join you. Okay. What about everybody else? Crunch time now, guys.
We know Pike. He'd be off stealthy somewhere. So, do we want him up on the hill or down below? He would probably go off and be stealthy on his own somewhere.
Where would he be when he's attacking? Is he up close and personal, or is he ranged?
Usually starts off with his range and then moves in with his blade song. So he'd probably start off ranged.
So he can stay on the deck, I suppose, but hide in the shadows somewhere. Or...
Yeah, move him to the top right, I guess. Thinking of trees, yeah, he'll go and do his stealthy plus 30 advantage roll to stealth or whatever he does.
Okay, so I'll pop him over here. No worries. All right, quick fire then, guys. Where do you want to go? Those that are remaining.
I'm just going wherever the group is going.
We're all
So I
splitting
can
up
heal
now.
as many as I can.
Yeah,
if I
we're
need to.
splitting up.
Sit with Dolph and Osro, and then they can heal up, can't they? You can heal them.
Yeah, I guess people that don't have healing are gonna probably, like, I don't know, be up close or something. I can be near them to heal them.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be at range.
I don't think anyone should be alone right now either. So I guess Luminara, if you go with Dolph and Osro, I'll go with Magnus in that house, and then Tiberius and Arwen, you're both ranged. You stick together until Greta's scouts get here. At least everyone's doubled up and no one will be alone.
I'll go with Osro and Dolph.
Okay, and then who's going over with Magnus?
I will.
Okay, and then
Tiberius, Arwen, did you say you're going up top on the cliffside? Ranged?
Yeah.
Okay, so as you two walk around this fire, which is obviously you have to give it some birth now, it's really burning away, and what it's doing is it's illuminating the night sky, and all this. It seems really weird in contrast to this massive blizzard which is blowing down. You get this heat coming off this fire, and you find in this ominous kind of realization that this is the only light source in the dark for what seems like 100 miles in every direction, and it's just burning into the night. Okay, so you come wide around and you're going to climb this, and obviously this is done in the dark as well. You find Osro's ladder, and then as you hold it steady you begin to climb, and I'm going to let you climb up without, because as he checked it and was relatively happy, you are able to traverse this slope, this 40 feet slope, and you find yourself pull yourself up onto the top, and you get this from up here. You both have this moment where you're just sitting there quietly, just looking down on the village, which is pitch black. I mean, you can't even see the village. Those with night eyes can obviously see the silhouettes of it, but there is no light. And there's just below you this huge burning bonfire going off into the dark. Okay, what do you want to do? Is there anything you want to say or do at this point, or do you just want to position yourself? Oh, sorry, I'm not giving you where you are. There you go. There's the two of you moving. I was moving the wrong blooming camera. Sorry, the wrong screen. Anything you want to do or say, or you just want to get yourself somewhere along the slope and wait?
More along the slope and wait, I think.
All right. So, Arwen, then that's the slope. That's how far down do you want to go? Where do you want to go?
I don't know. Where's everyone else? Who am I with?
It's you and Tiberius have climbed up.
Oh, great. Why am I with Tiberius?
You're both ranged. No one should be alone tonight if they attack.
Bearing in mind, you've
See those trees there, just south of you.
There. That's not a bad shout.
I'm just saying, you guys are saying nobody should be alone when this attacks. I'm currently flying around.
Yeah, but you can fly, man.
The Manticores
can be with you. No one can double up with you up there.
Luminara can. She has wings.
I don't think a fairy is flying as fast as an owl.
You'd be surprised.
All right, guys. I got to press you. Where do you want to go?
Oh, I'm happy where I am.
Okay, you're staying where you are, which is pretty close to where Osro hooked it up. What about you, Tiberius? Where are you going? How far along the slope, north or south, are you going?
I shall stay there for now.
So you two of you are going to stay relatively close together. So just FYI, obviously
Yeah.
you've climbed up in the winds. There's no firelight that you, unless you're going to tell me you're going to start a fire up there. You're going to try and remain hidden, but obviously no fire, no warmth, middle of the night, blizzard conditions.
I could set my tent up.
Potentially, you could set your tent up if you want.
I do have night vision.
But in terms of warmth, what do you want to do? Because obviously,
not near that.
Well, it is a way off. You will get a marginal amount of warmth from it, but you're 40 feet up in the air and 70 feet away from it. So it's at this height, when it's down here, you're still not going to get. You get a bit of heat off it from a distance, but just something to consider. Okay, I'll let you guys decide what you're going to do. Now, the rest of you, as you push into this house, you find it quiet, it eerie, and no sign that anybody's in. Okay.
Can I go around and just make sure like windows are shut, or just there isn't anything broken, and like
this
we can stay as warm as we can.
Yeah, this house, it's clearly still lived in, probably even this day, but whoever owns it is in the tavern probably. So it's one of the nicer houses in the village, and you get the sense that as you walk around and check it, you see, it's a family's house basically. So are you just all kind of gathering in the center and waiting and just watching and waiting and listening and seeing what happens?
Yeah, I would light up the hearth that's right there. I think that's what that is.
There is going to be a hearth there somewhere to the left of you guys. Yes, yeah, that's it.
Don't light it up too big because you don't want too much lighter. So
I'll light that up with my cantrip.
Small little fire burning there, just in the hearth. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, that's you three bedded in for the evening there. Magnus and Cyrus, as you step inside, you find another home that is, again, clearly somebody lives here and has been living here. It's a bit more modest, but it's somebody's home. Okay. What do you want to do? Do you want to just
First
sit and
thing
wait?
I'm doing is I'm grabbing Magnus's shoulder. And I'm going to say, "Oh, I know you haven't been with the group, very long. We still don't know much about each other, but we've had some good adventures so far." And I'm going to pull out my wineskin that has wine and take a swig and give it to him.
I'll just say, "Oh, it's been a bloody blast, hasn't it? Been a bloody blast." And I'll take a bit of a swig. Whatever happens after this, been a blast.
And then same thing as her. I'm just going to look around, make sure windows are closed, make sure investigate the house. No one's in here.
Yeah, no. It's again, whoever owns this property has obviously been moved out. Are you lighting any small fire in the hearth?
I look to Magnus. Do we want to risk lighting something tonight, or?
I think we'll be all right for indoors for a bit. If it gets cold, we'll light it later.
I'll leave a torch next to it just in case, like later if we want to. But I'll leave an unlit torch next to it.
Yeah, I got a tinderbox thing on my backpack as well. So if we need to, we'll light it.
Okay. So you two have settled in on the sofa in front of the unlit hearth. The three of you down here are sitting around what was a table, the dining table with a small fire burning, windows closed and kept the place kind of under lock and kept the heat in. A decision on you two in terms of what you're doing up on those slopes tonight. Are you going to just keep watching the dark, huddled together, or are you going to pitch tents, light fires? What are you doing? Obviously, you're exposed. You're out in the open.
What do you think, Ali? Shall we set the tent up?
Can do, yeah, but
yeah, completely up to you guys.
I feel like we should. However, again, I feel like we should probably go closer to the burning building. Keep warm.
Last call. What do you want to do?
You decide.
Well, we set the fire up over here, so I think this would be the better position.
Stick the...
to.
Oh, I'll be quiet.
Oh, I think this would be the better position to hit, just in case they come to the massive fuck off fire.
Yeah, okay.
So do you want a small burning fire just outside your tent then tonight?
Yeah, small one.
Right. Yeah, we'll have a small one then.
All right. So what we got here...
Yeah, they're waiting us.
I love it because everybody goes into their little groups and obviously has to have their little moments and make their decisions and stuff like that. So what we have here is Arwen and Tiberius with a small crackling fire on the slope side, with their tent next to them there. As it's pitch black now, basically, and this small fire's burning. You two are now sat there on the side of the slopes. Okay. Now to our sentinel that is flying around. What are you doing tonight, mate? Where are you? where did I put you? You're down here.
You didn't do anything. I moved myself.
Oh, good. Thank God for that.
Lost him.
Well, wherever you are.
You'll never know.
Where do you want to be?
You will never know.
Where do you want to be?
I'm circling. You'll never know.
So you're going to continuously circle tonight, then? Is that what you're going to do? Yeah. Is that your plan to just maintain the
continuously circle
throughout the night?
Yep.
Okay. So obviously, bear in mind a day's travel, a night's flying around. You have to wait and see what tomorrow brings in terms of how, exhausted you potentially are. That's potentially one thing that might come into play.
I'm gliding. It's fine.
You're gliding. Okay. All right.
I mean, I wouldn't mind swapping. I think I can fly as fast as I can walk or something like that.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I'm a bird. I'm made for this. It's fine.
I think you're our only healer. Like, we can't risk you. Like, you're the only one with Revivify. So if someone dies, you need to be alive.
Come on, you got know who can heal.
Yeah, but she can revive from the dead, so she needs to stay alive. We can't risk her.
Oh.
And you're not in the same house I'm in. Stop talking to me.
Meta.
I love it. Okay. So, as the evening now sets in, and you all in your small groups have now gathered, Torek, obviously you're doing the rounds, you're keeping an eye on that fire burning brightly through the night as you just continuously keep circling, keeping an eye on everything. Arwen and Tiberius sitting on the slopes of that hill, the fire illuminating the valley below you, and your small fire obviously trying to keep that contained and keep that alight. You really do feel up there, especially at that slightly higher altitude. You're feeling the wind chill biting against you. Are you planning to sleep at all, or are you both going to maintain your watch? Is anybody going to be sleeping? Is everybody staying awake for this? What's everybody's general?
Well, that's another. What happens then if we kind of end up needing to be awake in the daytime? We're going to have exhaustion.
Yeah, I personally probably try to catch a little bit of shut eye.
So we do a 4-hour stint each, Ellie?
Yeah.
I mean, Alvin.
Yeah.
That's going to be the best thing to do, isn't it?
Okay.
Yeah.
I was going to suggest the same thing, so we'll do the same.
How do we call them though if we need help?
Say again?
Are we calling other people if we need help?
Oh,
Well, I'm sure we're gonna hear manticores and a giant
Manticores and
coming
a
through
massive
town.
hill giant will wake us up, or the other one wakes. Whoever's awake wakes the. As long as you're in pairs, you'll be fine.
Don't say that.
I can shoot my
Sorry,
flaming
Josh.
crossbow in the air if me and Magnus are in
It's
trouble.
safe to be in numbers.
I have a flare gun, essentially.
All right, then. So
we'll do that. Me and Cyrus will do that. One of us will sleep for 4 hours.
4-hour stints.
And then we'll
Okay.
sleep. Yeah.
So Tiberius and Arwen, you two agree as a duo that you're going to do a 4-hour stint each, keeping an eye on the from the height. Magnus and why is there now a moving? Why am I seeing a moving cart come flying past?
Oh,
Is that you?
I picked
Who's
the wrong
moving
one.
stuff?
Wrong one. Picked the
But
wrong
that
one.
cart back. You might
I
see
picked up the wrong one.
At some point, you might see flying carts, but that'll be for a very different reason. You two
I picked up my one.
take stints just watching the door, basically, and while the other one sleeps, you're just keeping an eye on the thing. Okay, so it's quiet. It's just the wind. That's all it is. The sound of the wind. And for you three,
that damn waiting. It's the worst part.
obviously, you've got a decent sized window there. So you could potentially take stints if you want to. Dolph's happy to do the same as well if you want to take stints throughout the evening, just keeping an eye. Okay, up to you guys.
I'll take the 4-hour one. Somebody else can take 4 hours.
Yeah. I have. Do I still? I still have a level of exhaustion from earlier, and I've taken like 5 points of damage.
So he said we've had long rests.
Oh, you've had rest since then. Yeah,
it's been like 5 days. Yeah.
Several days travel. You've had rest since then. You're okay. Okay,
We can
so
do the same thing though. The pattern. Sorry.
okay, guys. The night sets in. Has set in. The fire burns into the darkness, illuminating the valley, or certainly that part of it. And each of you in your own small groups settle into these locations. In the darkness, you see Torek occasionally passing by as he silently just flies over the village, circling. Some of you sleep. It is a restless sleep for those that do, and it is a very quiet, eerily quiet, watchful night for those while they're awake. The hours drift by with seemingly nothing but that sound of that crackling, burning fire on that wood outside, and the occasional whinny from the draft horse which has been left tied to that tree. It seems that time is just going excruciatingly slow and painful. You don't know if you're wishing that morning light to signify that you've got through the night without incident, or whether it's going to bring, obviously, your plan to the point that it's potentially fruitless. In the question of what comes first, the dawn light starts to creep over the horizon behind you, west, east. Dawn starts to creep over the horizon. And who took the second watch out? You, Tiberius, and Arwen?
Tiberius. I did. I took the second watch.
Second watch. So Arwen, you sit there at night, and obviously as the sun starts to stream into that valley, you see the silhouette of Torek just lazily flying overhead, and you see just the Tiberius's feet sticking out of the tent as he rests. And the wind has started to die down a bit. At some point in the night, that blizzard broke, and you see off from this vantage point, off to the distance, sprawling white fields of snow, canopies over trees of perfect white snow. It is a pleasant, peaceful, you might even say, serene scene.
Until.
However, it is short-lived, because there is another sound that breaks that serene morning calm.
You just switch the drums.
And it's bear with me an uno momento. Did I switch to drums?
You switched to drums and a scream.
No, don't worry about the scream. That was me.
Don't worry about the scream.
Don't worry about the scream.
I don't like this.
There is a moment where, as Arwen, as you're surveying that perfect canopy, and that wind picks up, another sound can be heard in the distance. Which just kind of comes in on the wind, basically. and there is just what just appears to be a.
I'm gonna like grab his feet and shake thingy.
And it is Torek. As you are doing that circle, and as that noise almost knocks your flight basically pattern and almost startles you into a moment where you have to just kind of steady yourself. And as you turn in the direction to see where that noise has come from, you see off to the south trees.
Our horses, no.
Shit.
Coming down. Okay. And
That's not okay.
Oh, right.
You ain't getting your workers, Tiberius.
Well, I'm very upset he's spaghetti after that.
and Torek, in a moment of horror, your gaze goes to the south. And who is in the window here? By this point in the morning, would it be Luminar or Dolph? Would it be you, Luminar? For that last part of the shift, would you have done the morning shift?
Yeah.
Potentially. So you'll get sight of this as well as you look to the south, and you're roused by this sound. In fact, everybody who was asleep is now roused. Tiberius, you'll have climbed out of the tent. You'll have been woken by this sound.
Oh, I'm shaking Magnus to get up.
You two will be up and look at that moment where you look at each other. This is a roar that carries on the wind.
I'm just saying, Torek's gonna suddenly start fumbling into his pack real quick and then pulling out the whistle.
Yeah.
I'm grabbing the nearest
You're just
thing
gonna
and
hear
throwing it
like
up.
just a very panicked blow of the whistle like repeatedly.
Where you are, Torek, stop there because that's where you're going to be. Okay.
I know I'm right here, anyways. I stopped exactly when you did the roar.
From the south.
Down by the
Oh
horses.
my god.
Fuck.
I knew we
Coming-
couldn't.
From the south, coming from the clearing, and silhouetted in the sky, 3 moving in unison silhouettes heading into the village. And that is where we're going to end it tonight.
Oh my god! Never got our scouts.
Shit.
I've already cast the spell. God damn it!
Oh dear.
Okay.
No.
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 Can we see the big map of where they are and where we are?
So
But
that's where they are. That's where you are. There's obviously the village.
And
Our animals. No.
and I'm right here, so that's great.
This fire is probably reduced in size through the night by morning time to some smouldering in this area. Okay, so just FYI, that's burning down a bit during the night. So, distance to you, Torek.
Right here.
Hang on a minute. Sorry, that's my fault. I moved. Yeah, distance to you.
Not far. In terms of distance,
Oh, those things probably fly 100 feet a turn.
240.
Oh god.
240 feet to you, Torek, those 3, and they are flying at your height. Okay.
well, that's perfect because how far
They
can I?
spotted you.
It's fine. Fine. I wanted to cast this spell, but they said that's where he ends.
Maybe you can distract the 3 flyers. Just keep flying in circles while they chase you. We kill the giant, and then we
They
all
fly
focus the magic
faster
on.
than I do. I'm not an aracocra.
Well, you better shapeshift quick, buddy.
Obviously,
No, I'm not an eagle.
Big Boy is crashing through trees coming through here as well, so he's here as well.
Anyway, I've already cast. I've already taken the spell slot, but I've already cast ambush. I'm now invisible.
Oh, so sorry, Luminara. Yeah, you see, your eyes drawn towards that direction, but there is a building in the way, obscuring your vision. But you do see above the building in the sky the 3 silhouettes coming in over the top. Okay.
I'm
So
freaking out.
You do see those. Okay, guys. This is where we're at.
Oh, shit.
2024.
2024 is done. Yep. See what 2025 brings.